Hi everybody, welcome in. Hello, hello. Stick by, thank you for the first. You got your first, let's go. Welcome in. Hi Hoodie, welcome in. How are you? Hi Do, how are you? Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. How you all doing? How are you all doing? I apologize, I'm not feeling well today. So I figured this would be the perfect opportunity to watch watch another lore movie, and just hang out. And then if I'm feeling up to it, we could play more Dark Souls 8 after. But we'll see how I'm feeling. yeah. We'll see how I'm feeling. And I'm already cozy. Welcome in. I hope you all had a good night last night. I feel like I streamed pretty late, and then I didn't sleep well, and then I was up pretty early. My internal clock woke me up at 6:30, and then I went back to bed at like 11:30 till like half an hour ago. I needed more sleep. I needed more kitty sleep. It was a mess. It was a mess. I don't feel good at all. But it's okay. It's okay. We're just gonna watch some lore. It's gonna be good. We hope you're all doing well. You had a good night. Let me know if you have any other plans this weekend. I'm supposed to go to the grocery store after stream, but I don't know if that's gonna happen, y'all. I might go tomorrow. We will see. But we're gonna watch the video, the lore video that we watched for Dark Souls 1. The same person did Dark Souls 2 and 3. So we're gonna watch 2 today, obviously. We're not gonna watch 3 because spoilers. And I'm actually interested to see if any of it at all is connected to Dark Souls 1 or 3. Or if it's completely own thing. Because it was made by different people. What is it exactly? Like different people worked on Dark Souls 2, that's why it's so different. Miyazaki obviously was around, but it doesn't really say. I don't know where to find that information, but I think it was a different director. Let me see if I can compare these two Wikipedia articles. Not helpful. Yeah, I think it was. I don't know, dude. I don't know. There was something different about Dark Souls 2, and that's why it's strange compared to 1 and 3. I don't know exactly, and I can't find the info, but it is different. But I am excited to see if it is related at all in any kind of way. If it links to any kind of information from Dark Souls 1, because I definitely didn't catch that, and I don't think I've heard of anything of it being that way. So let's watch it and find out. It's a long one. And I think I need to be in the other corner. Other corner. Okay. Spotify shift. I'm gonna do this. Boop. Okay. Are we ready? Contains spoilers. Rise and Fall of a Kingdom, Chapter 1. Tell me more.
It is called Drangleic, a kingdom built on the civilizations of
Majula.
old, founded by Vendrick, the Venerable King. This kingdom was established with the aid of his elder brother Aldir, using the souls of the four Great Ones. But what prompted the king to move heaven and earth to cross the ocean and wage war with the giants?
Now, it's been 1 week since you looked at me. It's been a long time since I played this game. So I apologize if I pause a lot and try to, like, process and remember stuff.
Legends speak of a woman possessing unrivaled elegance and beauty. Her name was Nishandra. As time passed, Vendrick and Nishandra would grow closer. The two would solidify their union through marriage, and this culminated in her becoming the Queen of Drangleic. One day, she spoke of a great danger, an impending doom originating in the land of the giants. Chancellor Welliger, an advisor to the king, confirms these events.
Long ago, the Queen came to us, alone, from a faraway land.
She warned our lord of the looming threat across the seas, of the giants.
These ill tidings were a fabrication, a great deception designed to fool the king. Together, Vendrick and Nishandra would accrue a great army, capable of battling the giants.
Nice birds.
Vendrick favoured the strong, those who would take up arms and fight for a common ideology. Royal soldiers would form the main bulk of the army. Their equipment was constructed by the royal blacksmith, from high-quality materials. Among the soldiers in his ranks, sorcery was utilised, but Vendrick
Don't talk
had
to
a
me about the
particular
Shrine of Amana. Don't
disdain
talk to me about
towards
it.
miracles, lending credence to the idea that the king had little faith in the gods. Accompanying Vendrick and Nishandra was his elder brother Aldir, and so, with all preparations in
Isn't
place,
Aldir that
the legions
final
of
boss I never
Vendrick
fought?
navigated the oceans and embarked on their conquest. The armies of the king slaughtered the giants, wreaking havoc and devastation.
No.
Taken by surprise,
Those memories were
the
so
giants stood little chance against the invaders. Vendrick had successfully defeated the giants and claimed his prize, unbeknownst to him that he was just a thread in a tapestry of deceit. Furthermore, some giants were ensnared and taken back to Drangleic for experimentation, a cruel fate.
Oh.
The results of these experiments proved fruitful. Using the knowledge he gained, Vendrick was able to create an entity known as a golem. Sharing a similar appearance to the giants, these constructs were designed for hard manual labour. Devoid of a soul, the golems lay dormant. This meant that the golems would only function when given a steady supply of souls. Once absorbed, they will spring to life and glow with a bluish hue. Once perfected, Vendrick ordered the golems to construct Drangleic Castle, a monolith among the architecture of the kingdom, a symbol of vanity and victory, worthy of a monarch. The castle was specifically built by Vendrick as a symbol of love for Nishandra. The kingdom of Drangleic would flourish, entering a long age of peace.
A peace so deep, it was like
The dark.
Peace would not last. A vengeful shadow emerged
Whoa, the
from the land
meteors.
of the giants. The king of the giants, also known as the Giant Lord, united his people and assembled an army, a legion of vengeance with the sole intent of destroying Vendrick and his kingdom, built on the blood and enslavement of giants.
Don't blame him for that.
The giants landed on the northern
Got
shores
'em.
and set siege to King Vendrick's castle to claim an invaluable prize. Captain Drummond, a noble warrior within Vendrick's army, sheds light on these events.
long ago. The king crossed the seas, pillaged the land of giants, and brought back a prize.
Ew. What do you mean?
The giants are no ordinary barbarians. A singular rage burns within their hearts.
I wonder why.
They cannot find it within themselves to forgive the misdeeds of our Lord. It is revenge for the kingdom's misguided barbarism.
Some suggest that this prize was most likely the giants' kinship, a key required for the path to the Throne of Wands. The giants never forgot the pain they endured under the conflict initiated by the king. Waging war against the kingdom of Drangleic, the giants, with their unbendable will, plunged the kingdom into a perpetual conflict, felt across the generations. Citizens abandoned the kingdom, and the future of Drangleic lay upon a knife's edge. Vendrick held fast to hope, and eventually eradicated the threat of the giants. The giants were eventually defeated by an unnamed hero, but alas, victory came all too late. This bittersweet victory marked the decline of the once prosperous nation. Drangleic had suffered a blow it could not recover from. A greater danger, even greater than the giants, now threatened the kingdom: the fading of the first flame. The undead curse rapidly hastened the deterioration of the kingdom. Enlisting his brother's help, Aldir and Vendrick began their research into souls.
Those are bright.
Vendrick attempted to delay the fading by exiling the undead and by employing the use of great souls. In direct opposition to the gods and the undead pilgrimage, Vendrick opposed the linking of the first flame. He chose not to relight the fire. Vendrick instead tried to find another path to be free of the cycle. Unfortunately, he failed in this endeavor. Vendrick's relationship with his brother also diminished. The arrival of the undead curse placed a strain on their relations. Aldir had an obsession with the undead. They fascinated him to no end. Day and night, he and his acolytes would toil away in his keep, performing experiments, trying to find a way to transcend the cycle.
Nice.
His infatuation with the affliction led him to study Gwyn, whose sin was to link the first flame, to prevent the Age of Dark. And so Aldir devoted himself to learn from the mistakes of the Lord of Sunlight, and in so doing, became the scholar of the first sin.
Oh,
Lord Aldir
interesting.
attempted to uncover the secrets of life itself, and viewed the undead as a key to this mystery. Although the king's elder brother helped found Drangleic, he later lost interest in the land's fortunes. No longer interested in the prosperity of the kingdom, Aldir turned his gaze towards dragons, attempting to elevate humans from the affliction into dragonhood in order to escape the undead curse. Both brothers sought the truth, but through different means, and their fervour meant the eventual withering of their familial ties. Their fragile bond would cease to exist once King Vendrick condemned his own elder brother to the mansion, forever isolating him within the confines of his keep. Aldir wanted to shed the yoke of fate. Perhaps he attempted to usurp the first flame, but instead was warped into an abomination, a being neither dead nor alive, inhabiting the bonfires of Drangleic. Some say he achieved his goal of transcending the cycle, though not in the way he intended. Others may view this as a failure, Aldir's body being tied to the bonfires, chained to the very thing he wanted to escape.
Damn.
Soon, Vendrick would discover the true nature of Nashandra, and that she was in fact a child of the Father of the Abyss.
Yo, really?
Harbouring a desire for the first flame, Nashandra set into motion events that would enable her to access the Throne of Want. When the chosen undead defeated Manus, his being dissipated into fragments, the smallest of which, and the first to become sentient, was Nashandra,
No way.
as confirmed by Vendrick himself.
The Abyss once had form, but then dissipated. And yet, traces of its existence endured. Each fragment, thirsting for power, spread dark with no relent. My dear Chandra was one such fragment. A feeble, tiny thing that thirsted for power more than any other.
Also, when I played this game, I hadn't played Dark Souls 1 yet, so this was like my first introduction to the series, so I didn't really know anything at all.
Driven by insatiable lust for a worthy vessel.
Nashandra coveted that which she did not have, power, and so she sought the Throne of Want. She desired the Age of Darkness to become a reality,
Naughty,
allowing her
naughty.
to rule over it as the Lord of Dark. Having realised this, Vendrick ventured into a self-imposed exile, but not before dispatching the Watcher and Defender to safeguard the throne. To his shame, he chose not to confront the Queen. Even now, he clung to his love for Nashandra. He was
Damn.
accompanied by a small troop of knights, as well as his right-hand man, Velstadt, the Royal Aegis,
Ugh, I
a
hate
fiercely loyal companion and general of Vendrick's armies. There was also another
He's
who was once devoted to the king. Rame, more commonly known by the title Fume Knight, was the left-hand man
That
of
was a fun
Vendrick.
fight. I liked
He was a
seeing that.
distinguished
Everyone was
knight
like,
who was
that
highly
fight is so
revered.
hard.
Rain
Was it
and Velstadt
difficult,
were known
but
as the left and right
fun.
arms of the king, until
I
their
think one of
wills
my favorite
clashed
fights in that
and
game.
Rain was deemed a traitor. Ultimately, Rain would venture away, leaving Velstadt to protect the king himself. Vendrick hid away from the eyes of Nashandra and split his body from his great soul, forcing her plans into a stalemate. He remains in the undead crypt to this day, where he now wanders as a hollow.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Sometimes it's better to dive into the thing not knowing anything at all. Dude, this is true. But I'm glad I got Dark Souls 2 over with because it's literally the worst one. Grr. Grr. This guy's just too OP. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Hi, Kitsune. Welcome in. How are you doing?
Velstadt and his knights still stand in his defense, ensuring no one can gain access to the king, leaving Nashandra as the regent queen of Drangleic.
Gameplay-wise, it's the worst, dude.
And so concludes the journey of Vendrick, a man who witnessed both the rise and fall of his kingdom.
I am no king. I am more fit to be a jester. I was unaware of my own blindness. We are feeble vessels with feebler souls. We would cast aside the prop of life, only to face greater hardship. Are you another such fool, or something more?
Bearer of the curse. That's us.
Like a moth drawn to a flame, your wings will burn in anguish, time after time, for that is your fate, the fate of the cursed. One day, alone and dead, bereft of meaning, is lulled to Drangleic, a decrepit kingdom. This auspicious individual arises, only to find themselves in things betwixt. A dark confine illuminated by a crack in the mountain, a hut can be discovered within. This place is home to 3 old ladies. Moral appears to be reticent, and Gryant shows little interest towards the newly awakened. Strowan, however, provides some guidance. She helps the undead, who is absent of memory, recall their name, and provides them with a vague purpose. Her tone denotes that we are not the first, but in fact one of the many undead seeking something in Drangleic, for this withered kingdom has a certain allure.
Yeah, Lady 1,
the
Lady
goal
2,
of an
and Lady
undead
3.
is to seek souls.
The one that
and in
laughs
the
weird, the one that
process,
doesn't
lose
talk,
them,
and the one that's also
stuck
sitting
in a
at the
cycle
table.
and doomed to repeat it. Accompanying them is Millibeth, the housekeeper. She reveals that the ladies were once firekeepers, 3 of 4 sisters. The 4th appears to be absent, as indicated by the empty chair. Perhaps she departed on her own, eventually residing in Firelink
they are
Shrine.
wearing the same thing.
Perhaps she 4th appears to be absent, as indicated by the empty chair. Perhaps she
Whoa. Bring me more ash. We don't talk about Lady 4. Look at her, she's crazy.
departed on her own, eventually residing in Firelink Shrine.
That's pretty crazy.
Many years later, the Firekeepers once safeguarded bonfires, but if 3 can be found in one location, it is safe to assume they have abandoned their respective posts.
Yeah.
Hope seems lost in the age of the fading flame, and so the Firekeepers all but scattered to the wind.
They're having a
In
Firekeeper
addition,
party.
she refers to things betwixt as a limbo, a link between Drangleic and the outer world. Venturing towards the light in the crevice, a serene landscape unveils itself,
Majula!
painted with the orange hues of the sun, accompanied
I
by the
love
calming
Majula.
sound of crashing waves. Majula appears to be a new home for the lost undead. This small,
Sweet Shop
decayed
Core is
village is located
Obviously,
on
that
the
makes
coast
it
of
the best.
Drangleic. A large stone well, a mansion, and a small tower mark the key features of the area. In the basement of Majula Mansion, shards of the Lord Vessel can be seen.
Oh,
A
no
subtle
way.
reminder of the kingdom that once inhabited this land. Many adventurers, blacksmiths, and tradesmen converge upon this point, as Majula provides peace to all who would seek it. It is here where we first make contact with the Emerald Herald, Shanalot, a name gifted to her by her kin, the dragons. Her role is pivotal
Also
in
didn't
the
know she
events
had a
of
name.
Drangleic.
I'm so sorry.
Her original
baby.
purpose was to shatter the undead curse. This is also the very reason she was brought to life. The existence of the undead and hollows occupying the land signify her failure to break the curse. As a result, she chose instead to shepherd the undead, providing them with Estus flasks and a vessel to channel souls, so that they may become powerful enough to slay the Four endowed with immense souls. The names of the Four are unspeakable, and so their identity remains a mystery.
They who shall
for
not
now.
be named.
If this can be achieved, the undead may succeed the once king of Drangleic, Vendrick, and claim the throne of Want, the ultimate seat of power in this land. With this objective laid before the undead, they are granted the title Bearer of the Curse, a moniker shared by all who would seek the throne. Atop a staircase, sat next to a pillar, is Soldan, the crestfallen warrior, a man whose hopes have been all but extinguished.
Yeah, he's
He
going through
refers
it.
to the undead as having an irreversible fate, suggesting that it is impossible to break free from this path, and that all are merely props on the stage of life. Failure, in his eyes, is inevitable, and so he sits in Majula, a place where life is almost normal. Soldan states that the real curse is to be alive, to walk this earth, and that the lack of death at the end of life is a predicament. His philosophical outlook certainly implies that he feels life has little purpose if the sweet embrace of death does not lay at the end of it. He also notes how firekeepers once tended the bonfires, and wonders where they went, unaware
They're just down the
that
road,
three
dude, in the
are
shack.
living close by, avoiding their duties. Soldan relates to the plight and struggles of the undead, but for now seems content to lead a stagnant life. In the distance,
Fair.
the tinkering of a hammer striking an anvil can be heard. In a humble abode resides blacksmith Lenegrast. The green skin of the smith reflects his undead state. Similar to the bearer of the curse, his memories have faded, although he has retained his ability to smith, as well as the memories of his daughter. Sometime in the future, a stone trader by the name Cloan, hailing from the merchant land of Volgan,
Ooba
is
lady.
convinced by the bearer of the curse to set up shop in Majula. As her title implies, she is a trader of stones, materials used specifically by blacksmiths to upgrade armor and weapons. Cloan states,
You see that blacksmith over there? Is he one of those hollows? He seems to keep eyeing me up. He sort of looks like my father. He's a blacksmith too, you see. The poor man's such a worrywart. But he wouldn't follow me out here, would he?
conversing with Lenegrast reveals that Cloan is indeed his daughter.
My witless daughter finally came home. Just as oblivious as she's always been. Well, at least now I can keep an eye on her.
Despite recognizing her, they will never be unified as a family, as Cloan fails to identify Lenegrast as her own father. Perhaps his undead form made him unrecognizable to her, or is Cloan suffering from memory loss, as all undead appear to? Sadly, the two will never be reunited,
More
but
lore
Lenegrast
spent,
can
yeah.
have peace of mind knowing his daughter is
Look
safe.
at me.
In close proximity sits Morlin,
This
the
guy's so
armourer.
sus. I don't like this guy.
Similar to Cloan, this merchant also originated from the land of Volgan.
Volgan.
He claims the Blue Sentinels have gained much power in his homeland, and so their blessing is required
I don't
to
feel
set up
great
shop,
today, so we're just chilling.
insinuating their blessing is only received if a donation of coin is given. In order to escape the competition, he travelled to Drangleic, but has had little success. This has broken the morale of the armourer, as he resorts to begging, hoping people would purchase his wares. His timid nature is displayed with both his physical posture and trembling voice. However, As more souls are given
Look
to
at this
him
motherfucker.
and his shop expands, his confidence increases
He gets so cocky.
exponentially. Eventually, his personality exudes one of arrogance and greed. The deeper his pockets become, the more he struggles to recall his past. His memories fade into obscurity, but his obsession with wealth persists. Carillion of the Fold also moves to Majula after a time, a great pyromancer and sorcerer
he's in the
who
ship
originated
area.
in Melfia. In the academic field, Carillion is highly respected, as seen with his station as a distinguished professor at the Melfian Magic Academy. The politics of his colleagues annoyed him to no end. He argued that the academies were terrible places to learn magic, which angered another teacher, Master Glocken. Ultimately, he grew tired of their petty squabbles, leading him to Dranglake, where he could strengthen his knowledge in the magics. His apprentice, Rosabeth, who was once a pupil to Glocken, would follow him to Dranglake. Rosabeth was an accomplished student of Carillion, as she was skilled in the art of pyromancy. She was also fascinated by sorceries. Once reunited in Majula, Rosabeth decides to distance herself from her master, choosing to accomplish her goals by herself, a noble cause.
You go,
Another
girl.
prominent resident is
It's
stationed in
Sweet
Majula,
Chalcoir.
a cat by the name Sweet Chalcoir. Conversing with her
Look at
reveals that she's
her.
potentially an ancient being, someone who predates the kingdom of Dranglake.
Angel.
Are you going to see the old ones? Those four who have grown so incredibly ancient.
Kitty.
They must have sprouted quite a thick coat of moss by now. For heaven's sake, no one even knows their names anymore.
She's directly referring to the souls of Gravelord Nito, the Witch of Isolith,
Oh, no
Seek,
way.
the Scaleless, and Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight. Her knowledge of these ancient beings implies that she may have lived during or close to the events that unfolded ages past.
Sweet
Surrounding
Chalcoir.
Majula
So
lies
knowledgeable.
the Forest of the Fallen Giants, a historic location. This once war-torn land had seen much conflict. As the name suggests, this particular area was a key location when the Giants retaliated and laid siege to the kingdom of Dranglake. The Cardinal Tower was built many years ago by Vendrick's soldiers, acting as an outpost of defense against the invaders. Giant corpses can be found throughout the zone, as well as hollow soldiers. Each warrior once belonged to the army of Vendrick. Even in this state, they defend their homeland. The graves of giants are dispersed across the
Poor
area.
giants.
Their remains withered and gave rise to great trees. Many years from now, one lone grave of a giant can be found in the cemetery of Ash.
Yeah,
An
and
individual
Firelink.
known as Pate makes an appearance for the first time. A mild-mannered treasure seeker, similar to
AKA
Patches.
Patches.
His trustworthy facade is a tactic used to gain the trust of the bearer of the curse. Pate's journey to Dranglake with an infamous killer known as Creighton of Mirror,
Mirror?
a dysfunctional team to say the least. A cartographer by the name of Kale also recounts that a murderer had escaped execution in his homeland of Mirror, confirming that he is a homicidal individual.
Oh boy.
Creighton is first discovered captured in a cell, which he had initially designed to imprison Pate. Unfortunately, it appears as though he had been caught in a trap of his own making.
Idiot.
He harbours a grudge against Pate due to his selfishness. According to Creighton, Pate would always steal the lion's share of the treasure and refers to him as a backstabbing knave. Just like Pate, Creighton veils his true persona. A choice must be made. Do we side with Pate or make an ally of Creighton? It is worth noting that Creighton's armor and weapon are replicas. It is doubtful that a disgraced killer would be a Knight of Mirror. Upon inspecting his armor, we can see that its design resembles that of the Knight Order of the Eastern Land of Mirror, but with some odd differences
Lucatil is
that
from
catch the
Mirror,
eye.
right?
Perhaps it is a finely crafted imitation. His weapon is also a forgery of the Dragonslayer's Crescent Axe, lacking any sort of lightning infusion. The true axe belonged to the unbeatable Lothian, but he abruptly retired from the battlefield and was never heard from again. Some say that he grew tired of the frailty of human foes and set off to slay the legendary dragon. Lothian was a shieldless warrior. This explains Kraton's lack of a shield. Perhaps he was trying to imitate the legendary soldier. Nevertheless, the two can eventually be found, engaged in a duel. It is here that their story concludes. The bearer can either provide aid to Pate or Kraton. The sole victor will display their gratitude, but even this is a farce, as a booby-trapped chest will be left behind as a final farewell to the bearer of the curse.
Jesus Christ.
Turning back to the forest of the fallen giants, a great enemy enters the fray. The last giant is found contained within an underground cave, chained and impaled with numerous swords, with a pillar punctured through his torso. Why did this giant in particular deserve such treatment? Strangely, it appears as though the last giant recognizes the bearer of the curse.
What do you
Throughout
mean?
the engagement, the last giant grows impatient and reckless. Losing the fight, he decides to tear off his own arm, to use as a makeshift weapon in a desperate attempt to slay the bearer of the curse. Despite his struggle, he is defeated. The soul of the last giant provides a window into the history of this creature. The Lord of the Giants, who had brought wreck and ruin to the entire kingdom, was said to have been felled by an unknown warrior. His beaten and broken remains were then dragged beneath a stronghold, where he was sealed away. The last giant was none other than the Giant King, who travelled to Drangleic
no
for
way,
revenge
same
against
boss.
Fendrick and his sins. No wonder the king placed the giant in a deep cavern and subjected him to great torture to keep him sealed
now
away
I feel
forever.
bad for killing him.
And with that, the giants were no more. Close by, the pursuer arrives, a lumbering warrior
Fuck
with
this
an
guy.
imposing presence.
Fuck
This
this guy.
mad knight was originally from the kingdom of Alkan. His sole purpose is to hunt down those afflicted with the
His whole
undead
purpose
curse,
is to pursue.
as stated by his ultra greatsword. The pursuer hunts down those branded by the curse, as if each undead soul that he claims will atone one of his sins. What these sins were are never revealed, although centuries later, his shield reveals the following. Far too heavy for an ordinary person. Perhaps it signifies the foolishness of resisting the curse.
Oh, is
It
that a shield I
possible
have in Dark
that his
Souls 3?
sin was to attempt to resist the undead curse. However, we can never truly know the answer. Nonetheless, he is unyielding in his pursuit of the undead.
It is that shield.
Adjacent to Medulla lies Hade's Tower of Flame. However, the entrance appears to be blocked. Luckily, a woman by the name Lycia can aid the bearer of the curse. Speaking to her reveals that she's a devout disciple to the gods, having journeyed to Drangleic to spread the word of miracles, so that all can bear witness to their wondrous power.
Okay,
According
bestie.
to her, the pathway can only be opened with the power of miracles. She has also found a possession of the miracle Soothing Sunlight. This miracle, once kept by the Lindelt Monastery, was stolen and never recovered.
Hey, yo, a thief?
Based on this description, we can surmise that Lycia is a thief, a con artist, swindling the undead for their souls.
Yo!
Although she opens a path ahead, it is not through the power of miracles, but by operating the mechanism using the Rotunda Lockstone, a stone which rotates the Medulla Rotunda, insert into the central pillar to align the rotunda with a different passageway. Nothing magical about it, but a fine feat
Even
of
the
engineering.
description.
We can discern that Lycia is not to be trusted.
Yeah, I
Further in
killed her
this
ass.
notion is the appearance of the phantom invader, Nameless Usurper, a mysterious woman clad in the robes of a Lindelt cleric. This phantom is none other than Lycia. She is a self-serving individual whose goal is to obtain souls. Through the use of the crushed eye orb, the world of Lycia can be invaded, where she confirms her identity. Moving forward, we finally arrive in
man.
Hade's Tower of Flame, a beautiful landmark submerged in water.
It is beautiful.
The architecture of the towers are evocative of Anor Londo, the land of gods. from
Specifically
many
dark
years
ones.
ago.
Yeah, let's not get
Defending
let's not
the
get it
area
twisted.
are the Hade Knights, fierce warriors who will only attack when provoked. Whether Hade refers to a kingdom or was just a name for the land is not clear, for no records date back far enough to tell. All that is known is that the Way of Blue has its origins in Hade, and that
Oh.
Hade was later subsumed by the sea. The grand designs of the buildings suggest that this city was once fit for the gods. The Ring of the Sun Princess states, the Princess of Sunlight left on Orlando along with many other deities and later became wife to flame god Flan. This item description denotes that Guinevere, the Princess of
I
Sunlight,
didn't know that.
departed on Orlando and married Flan. Perhaps they lived in the Tower of Flame for a time. Residing in the tower is a dragon rider. Long ago, the dragon riders mounted worms and were feared on the battlefield for their unparalleled strength. The rank of dragon rider was reserved for honourable warriors who helped found Drangleic. Together with the king, they crushed its former inhabitants and erected a magnificent kingdom upon their graves.
Yikes.
Here we learn why the armies of Vendrick were so powerful and dominant, as Vendrick employed the use of dragonkind in his army to bolster his forces. A guardian dragon can also be found nearby. Built on the edge of the land lies the Blue Cathedral, a base of operations for the Blue Sentinel Covenant. Within the structure is an old dragon slayer. The old
Straight up
dragon
Ornstein.
slayer is reminiscent of a certain knight that appears in old
Straight up
legends.
Ornstein.
It is doubtful that this individual is Ornstein, but rather someone who is inspired by his legacy. Following the defeat of the Dragon Rider, the path to No Man's Wharf is open. This expansive area is home to Varangian sailors, cutthroat
Varangian.
pirates that once inhabited the northern seas of Drangleic. A former king launched a campaign to capture these terrors of the high seas, but rather than imprison them, forced them into hard labour at No Man's Wharf.
Ah, tragic.
Among the many foes in the wharf are the suspicious Shadows, a regiment of warriors that abandoned the Mirror Army to become mercenaries instead. Those who were especially adept assassins were often hired as bodyguards. In an attempt to stave off the curse, King Vendrick hired Shadowmen to put down the Hollows.
Oh yeah, a lot of
But
them like
before
climbed
long,
up from
they were hollowed themselves.
hiding under the deck.
They are yet another
dock.
reminder of Vendrick's futile attempt to stave off the undead curse. Deeper still, a bell can be discovered.
Ding dong.
Once rung, a ship is signalled to dock. Stationed at the brig of this leaking ship resides the Flexile Sentry, a monstrous creature that was assigned the task of emptying the dungeons of poor, cursed souls. This lizard-like creature oversaw the ferrying of undead into the Lost Bastille. Overcoming this adversary allows the bearer of the curse to utilize the vessel and travel to the Lost Bastille. The prison is home to the undead, who were once exiled by Vendrick. Undead prisoners roam the vicinity. Their appearance is indicative of their hollow state. Undead citizens are also held captive here. For many, their only crime was showing signs of the curse. Notably, some of these former citizens of Drangleic were the victims of Lord Aldier's experiments. Their bodies are horribly disfigured as a result of the unspeakable procedures to which they were subjected. Their life force is now sustained by unstable and highly volatile souls. Jailers also patrol the perimeter with their stray hounds in order to ensure none may leave the Lost Bastille. Contained within one of the many cells is Strayed of Alaphis. Strayed was an established sorcerer who was personally invited to the kingdom of Alaphis. This kingdom was one of the many that came before Drangleic. It once occupied the very land Drangleic was built upon. Alaphis was home to state-of-the-art sorceries and pyromancies, a perfect location for a sorcerer like Strayed.
I love that this
The
guy
most
is
notable
literally
of his
surrounded by like
inventions are
8
the
enemies.
pyromancies,
And you have to kill them
flying
every time you
sway,
want to talk
and
to him.
lingering flame.
Or go
In
to the
addition,
bonfire.
it appears that the Ring of Resistance and the Dispelling Ring were also crafted by Strayed. Unfortunately, Strayed never accepted an apprentice. As a result, much of his extensive knowledge is permanently lost. His black
Dude,
hood
what the hell?
reveals that people eventually feared him, and in the end, Strayed was led into a dreadful trap, culminating in his petrification. Strayed spent several lifetimes as stone. During this hiatus, kingdoms rose and fell until the land called Drangleic came to be. Once cured of his affliction, Strayed confirms the notion that many kingdoms came before Drangleic.
So, How long was I sat petrified? Long enough for the old kingdom to have crumbled, I see.
Yes, sir.
Long enough for Olafis to rise, fall, and fade away,
Hi,
evidently.
Mac. Welcome in.
Drang Lake. I've never heard the name. Is that what they call this place now? No
Nice
flame,
shot.
however brilliant, does not one day splutter and fade. But then, from the ashes, the flame reignites,
Yeah, I'm not
and
feeling
a new
good,
kingdom
Mac.
is born,
I think I'm sick.
sporting a new face.
Further beyond resides the Rune Sentinels, crafted by the man known only as the Jailer.
I
These
know.
creatures have no corporeal form. It is only an
Thank
empty
you.
soul that haunts the armor.
We might play
Interestingly,
3 later,
the
but we'll
armor
see how I
was
feel.
inspired by the Ruined Knights who were dispatched to the Ring City,
Get him!
a place built by Gwyn
Yo,
to
that's
isolate
pretty
the
as fuck.
Pygmies at World's End, as confirmed by their armor. Armor of the company of knights who were sent to the Ring City on an old king's orders. The knights sought the Dark Soul,
You hated
but were
those
so
Rune
soundly
Sentinels?
crushed they had little choice but to swear themselves
pretty
to the
tricky.
Judicator Giants. The ill-fated company was later immortalized in a dark fable, inspiring the aspect of certain golems.
I was
for whom
able
their
to
name-
fight the one on the ledge when you like first go into the room. and then like weave my way around the 2 on the ground and get them eventually. But yeah, they were tough. 3v1's not fun. Thank you for the hep and a hydrate, thank you.
lived on. The knights were deployed, possibly by Gwyn, to obtain the Dark Soul. As time passed, the Rune Sentinels would eventually be created, influenced by their tale but devoid of a soul, making them more akin to golems than the knights they were inspired by. Another important landmark is
My shout was
situated
just to
in the Lost
die.
Bastille, the Belfry
Incredible,
Luna.
Mac.
To understand the significance of this bell tower, we must first refer to 2 old kingdoms. The kingdoms of Alkan and Ven long ago flourished on these very grounds. They were both founded by the same man, but were reduced to rivalry and spite.
Aww.
The Bellkeeper's attire speaks of the love between a prince and princess.
Oh, whoa.
To this day, the forbidden love of the Prince of Alkan and the Princess of Ven manipulates these marionettes. The twin bells symbolize the bond between 2 lovers who can never be united. The Bellkeepers are their eternal guardians, for that is their love. That is their curse.
No way!
Their love was forbidden due to the strained relationship between the kingdoms.
Romeo and Juliet.
We can infer that the Belfry Luna was built for the Princess of Ven due to its affiliation with the moon. The moon represents femininity, as indicated by Gwyndolin, whose affinity with the moon led to him being raised as a female. On the other hand, the Belfry Sol is associated with the Prince of Alkan due to the sun's connotations with masculinity. It is safe to assume that the Kingdom of Alkan once resided in the location where the Iron Keep now stands, and that the Kingdom of Ven
53
once
spice, not
occupied the
bad.
lands of the Lost Bastille. Marionettes were constructed to serve as a means of defense
Look at that little
for
guy
each
go.
tower. Just as life was given to the dolls, perhaps it was also given to the Belfry Gargoyles, who reside atop the tower, yet another measure of protection. Unable to cement their love, the Prince of Alkan was to be wed to another. A merchant of ladders, known as
It
Laddersmith
kinda looks like,
Gilligan, sheds light on this tale.
The gargoyles from Dark Souls 1.
That
the bell is,
creature.
no? Is it the
She
same?
was human once, you know.
Is it the same place?
Yeah. In fact, she was wed to the prince of that nearby castle.
But her husband? He had feelings for another.
The princess was desperate and sought eternal beauty,
Jesus, the windmill scared me.
hoping that it would restore the prince's affection. You see what I mean?
It's the opposite in Japanese
Gilligan
mythology? What
is-
do you mean, Kitsune? I'm curious. They were just like copy paste. Yeah, put the same bell, put the same enemies. Nobody will know. Nobody will know the difference. Oh my gosh.
referring to Mitha, the baneful queen, revealing that the
All the
Prince of
homies hate
Alkan,
Bells, it's
despite his
tragic.
marriage with Mitha, was still enamored by the Princess of Ven. Doubting her self-worth, Mitha became obsessed with
did she
delusions
become the
of
boss in this
unattainable
area?
beauty. She even bathed herself in
She
poison,
did.
believing it would elevate her appearance, solely driven by the desire.
What? Huh? What made you think poison would make you look better, sis?
To win the heart of her husband. But is the person in question
Oh, that's
the Prince
right,
of
Kitsune,
Alkan
that's
or the
right.
Old Iron King?
Yeah, Amaterasu.
The queen sought the king's affection, even poisoning herself
cool.
to attain beauty, despite the monstrous
I
consequences.
want to be beautiful. I'm gonna
all
bathe
for
in
the compelling
poison.
madness known as love. This could be referring to the Iron King, whose keep is in close proximity of Earthen Peak, the home of Mitha. Some may posit the theory that the Prince of Alkan may have ascended to the title of king,
I should get into
having
that, I
climbed the
guess.
ranks of royalty.
I'm missing out on the
However,
trend.
the Scorching Iron Scepter places doubt on this notion. When the old king wrested this dilapidated region from the kingdom of Ven, the act required all the resources the enfeebled lord could muster. If the Prince of Alkan became the Old Iron King, why would he subdue the kingdom of his beloved? Whoever Mitha truly coveted remains a subject of mystery.
Huh.
Even if the prince or the king did not love her, there was another who may have truly adored the baneful queen. The soul of the covetous demon states, there was once a man whose deep affections were unrequited. His situation is similar to Mitha's. Both possessed a deep love for another, but this love was unreturned. Despite this,
The Lord
he remained in
Stronger.
Earthen Peak, where he became a
Lead-based
glutton.
foundation. Oh
In
my
turn,
god.
he was transformed into the covetous demon, which only made him lonelier than before.
Yum, 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 yum.
At the
Just a
lowest
little
point of the Lost Bastille is a tower known as Sinner's Rise, a structure built to apprehend the vilest of all prisoners. At the end of the path, shackled by chains, dwells the Lost Sinner.
The Lost
a bug,
Sinner.
reminiscent of the parasites found in Lost Isolith,
Ew.
worms its way into her eye sockets. Writhing in the skull of the host, the prisoner is sent spiraling into agony. Her attire is reminiscent of torture. The penal mask contains spikes pointed inwards, a brutal method of torment.
Ow.
A straitjacket is tightly cinched against her waist to restrict her movement. The penal handcuffs restrain the use of her hands, and her skirt is a symbol of shame, worn only by the guilty. Even the blade, grasped firmly in the hands of the sinner, saps the life of its wielder. In her agony, the sinner has etched writings into the floor of the prison. What manner of person deserved such a barbarous fate?
Aww.
Not much is known regarding the identity of the lost sinner. Despite this, a few theories exist.
Tell me.
Firstly, the soul of the lost sinner reads, the lost sinner eternally punishes herself for the sins of her past. Out of great shame and regret, the sinner imprisoned herself. Additionally, she's also found in possession of the old witch soul, the very soul that belonged to the witch
no
of
way.
Isolith. In another cycle, pyromancers also aid the lost sinner in battle. Potentially, the lost sinner was a pyromancer of some kind. Perhaps she was once Magus Aegil, a devout follower of the Old Iron King. It should be noted that the penal handcuffs used to bind the lost sinner also boost the power of pyromancy. If imprisoned of her own volition, it would make sense to wield something of power in order to maintain her solitude and prevent the old witch's soul from falling into the hands of a nameless undead. Or perhaps she's merely a puppet at the mercy of the Isolith parasite. On the other hand, the lost sinner could also be a great priestess who originated from Eliam Lois. According to the Eye of the Priestess, all the great priestesses replace one of their birth eyes with an artificial one, returning it after their term was complete. You may recall that the Chaos Bug crawled into the empty eye socket of the lost sinner, who may have willingly removed her eye to join the covenant of priestesses. Eliam Lois was a frigid kingdom, ravaged by the old chaos. This would explain how the Chaos Bug came to be.
The lost sinner lives deep within the Bastille. The fool! trying to light the first flame.
It appears that the old witch's soul, in conjunction with the parasite, may have influenced the mind of the lost sinner, who in turn also tried to give fire its own life. When met with failure, she isolated herself, forever atoning for the sins of her past.
Damn.
For now, in pursuit of the next great soul, the bearer of the curse migrates to Huntsman's Copse. When the Iron King began to see
Nice
the
birds.
effects of the undead
Very
curse,
nice.
he established this zone, a specific location designated for the hunting of the undead.
Yo.
Numerous cells can be found throughout the forest, where the undead would be caged. It would not take long for the hunters themselves to fall to the undead curse. As a consequence, no one was left to eliminate the undead, and their numbers only increased.
Let's go.
Presiding over the area are the Skeleton Lords, who reigned from deep
With
within
their
the
janky ass
Huntsman's
chairs.
Copse.
Are those supposed to be
The
chairs?
old Iron King commanded the capture
kinda
of all
tragic.
undead, but those charged with the task were overcome by the curse.
The Skelly Boys.
Succumbing to the affliction, the Lords forgot their purpose, choosing instead to build a house of bones from the undead.
I can
Falcon,
see that.
the outcast, a man steadfast in his belief of the dark, resides in the outer perimeter of the Huntsman's Copse. The art of sorcery and pyromancy were of little appeal to the outcast. Instead, Falcon chose to become versed in the knowledge of hexes, a lost practice which originated from ancient times. Hexing appears to be an offshoot of sorcery, but its specific origins are unknown. He states that those who choose to study hexes are a lonely lot. Those who have a taste of dark are drawn into its vortex and rarely return. Perhaps it appeals to something deep within the human soul. Hexing appears to be a fusion of miracles and magic, a hybrid that appeals to humans due to their inherent connection with the dark. So fascinated is Falcon with the dark that he travels to distant lands, spreading word of this magic.
The Bone Man.
Neighbouring the
I think that's the
area
fucker that
is a
made me fight
structure
the
known
boss
as
that I hate.
Undead Purgatory, connected by an old and withered bridge. In the inner confines, an executioner
I was a different
and his
guy.
chariot eternally punished the undead. The old Iron King persecuted the undead, ordering the executioner to butcher them repeatedly, crushing them under the wheels and hooves of the chariot.
Jesus
It appears
Christ.
as though the old Iron King went a step further than Vendrick in his treatment of the undead, choosing to inflict misery rather than banish them from the kingdom. The chariot was created only to torment undead, and it took the form of a horrendous mad steed, a window into the soul of its master.
Jeez.
Titchy Gren, a member of
It was
the
cool. It
Brotherhood
was
of
different. I
Blood,
liked it.
lies at the top of the purgatory. This covenant worships the god of blood and war, Nar Alma. Those who profess
Small.
faith in Nar Alma have rejected all that is this world, and vow to travel a path stained with blood. They choose to live a life drenched with the blood of the undead. The scythe of Nar Alma is imbued with the power of the dark. This is no place for talk of such things, however. This cult appears to have some connection to the dark, unbeknownst to the Iron King. If the king knew this, he would not tolerate their kind, as the dark is intrinsically linked to humanity and the undead curse, something which he detested. Rather than reveal this, the Covenant hid their affinity with the dark and partook in the hunting of the undead. But the Brotherhood of Blood only participated in the killings in order to appease their god, by way of blood sacrifice.
This is like a silly little thing. Like, I bet a lot of people were really annoyed going around and lighting torches on fire. But that was fun for me. It was fun for me. I'm like, oh, a torch to light, yay! And I would take out my torch and I boop, light the torch, yay! Now I can see. It was very fun for me. A scythe, my baby blade. Hi, stick boy. Hi.
Leaving the purgatory behind, we now move to Harvest Valley, a land mired with poison. The large windmills
Came in to
fan
give
the
head
venom,
pass.
causing
Thank you,
it to
Shay.
blanket the valley and suffocate its inhabitants.
I don't feel good, so head pats are
Behind
much
a small
appreciated.
path, we stumble upon a sunlight altar. When closely examined, this altar is reminiscent of the Warrior of Sunlight shrines discovered in Lordran. Perhaps this is the very same altar that once resided in the Undead Burg.
And then we just found
Many
that
kingdoms had
same
risen
altar
and fallen
in
over the
Lothric
years,
Castle.
but this shrine remains. Worship of the sun, now a lost belief, was once widespread amongst great warriors. Moreover, the Sunlight Palmer reads, perhaps these famed champions are no more, or perhaps they have no desire to appear in public view, but their very absence has made tales of their brave deeds all the more alluring, and this shield memorializes one of their brethren. Some may say that the warrior depicted on the face of the shield is Solaire of
It does look like Solaire!
However, there were once many warriors of sunlight, and this could just be a symbol used to represent all who are heirs to the sun.
No, it's definitely Solaire.
Beyond the valley, surrounded by windmills and blanketed in poison, stands
Am I the
Earthen
only one
Peak.
who just says I'm only
Mannequins
playing
patrol
this
the
because of the
area,
scythe? Really?
conniving
Sigma?
ambushers who strike from the shadows. A fickle queen gave them life and tore off their faces.
Yo!
How else could she forgive those who dared gaze upon her? The peculiar art of puppetry is a vestige of the two lost lands. A queen breathed life into these dolls with the very miasma that afflicted her poison-drenched bosom, so that she would have slaves to serve her temperamental will.
Sheesh.
As mentioned previously, the queen noted here is Mitha, a woman who resorted to consuming poison to attain beauty
the backstab!
and win the affection of her partner. The poison furthered her madness and caused her body to malform. By igniting the windmill through the use of a torch, the bearer of the curse is able to disperse the poison in the adjacent room. At the heart of the tower, Mitha can be encountered, nesting in her empty bath of poison. It is here that the bearer of the curse puts an end to the tragic life of the baneful queen.
Yeah, they were saying earlier that she wanted to be more beautiful, so she bathed in poison. And I was like, what made you think that would work, bestie? Whee! Poison, best drink, best skincare routine, best everything. We're missing out, guys.
Over time, Earthen Peak would collapse, sinking into the very ground it was built on. The structure would eventually crumble, becoming ruins on the outskirts of the ring city. The scorched markings of the windmill are still visible to this day. Nevertheless, the next great soul lies in close proximity. The Iron Keep stands atop a sea of lava, a colossal fortress
Best thing to give to your
constructed
friends.
entirely
Start
of
getting your
iron.
Christmas presents
A
now.
merchant by the name Magarold provides insight regarding the state of the keep.
There's good iron in these parts. An old king even used it to build a castle. But the thing was too heavy. It slowly sank into the ground. Fire spouted from the earth, and the place turned into this.
Bro, why are you looking at me like that?
A plethora of both Alon and ironclad knights safeguard the keep, still stationed at their posts
Being
in
weird.
defense of their fallen king. Alongside
Boink.
them stands a smelter demon, a towering golem of infernal strength. Despite these obstacles, the bearer of the curse remains resilient and
I
traverses the
frickin' tried,
fortress.
dude.
Arising from the depths of the ocean of fire,
The old
emerges a
Iron
king. His appearance is more akin to that of a demon than the man he once was.
Yeah.
Much of the history of this figure and his compulsion for establishing an unassailable
So many
empire
bosses have whole
remains
faces? I
shrouded
know.
in mystery. There is more to the legend of the fallen monarch, as the bearer of the curse will
Those emotes are
uncover
funny,
when in
continue.
pursuit of the crown of the Iron King. And so falls the great king, a man whose reach extended his grasp. The curse bearer remains resolute in their objective and sets their gaze upon the next soul. Returning to Medulla, the laddersmith Gilligan provides aid in exchange for souls. Using his expertise, he places a ladder in the pit
Yeah, his
of Medulla,
expertise
enabling the bearer
places a
to
ladder.
descend into the rotten chasm.
The fuck
After many
expertise you need to
cycles,
place a
his
ladder?
deceased corpse can be found laying in the profaned capital,
Oh, damn.
surrounded by ladders.
The fuck?
The Grave of Saints resides deep within the pit, a burial tomb for the devout and righteous members of Drangleic. This territory falls within the control of the Rat King, defended by the Royal Rat Vanguard. Their purpose is to test the worthiness of those who seek royal audience.
He died from ladders,
Having overcome this test, the Rat King departs in wisdom.
The insolent fools line up to trample upon our burrows. My servant, dispatch these invaders, and thy reward will be handsome indeed.
Rats are very cute. Not these ones, but
Determined
normal
to defend
rats.
the Grave of Saints and the Doors of Pharos, the king had established a covenant in order to recruit warriors to aid in safeguarding the territories of the Rat King. The Rat King is proud and merciful, as any king true to his stature should be. The Rat King looks favourably upon those who would follow the path of right, even disgraceful humans. It appears as though the Rat King believes the lands of the underground are his to rule alone, and that humans have encroached upon his subterranean kingdom, building burial mounds in his territory, contributing to his disdain of humans. Having said this, he has not fully abandoned hope for humanity, as the bearer of the curse can be recruited into his covenant to make right the sins of the humans of old. Deeper still lies the gutter, an unstable structure consisting of wooden bridges and fragile shafts. This area is devoid almost completely of light.
Look at all those fun torches to
sconces
light!
can be lit to illuminate the cavern. All manner of creatures call this place home, from hollows to bugs and disfigured creatures.
Oh yeah,
Statues
that thing was
spew
friendly,
poison
right?
are also strategically positioned throughout the area. The same statues which
Yeah,
encircle
the design was
perimeter
cool. It was just
of the
annoying.
entrance to the pit, signifying that these carvings may have been disposed of in this well.
Like, all
Perhaps the
those
residents of
poison
Majula
spitters and
treated the
shit.
pit as a dumping site for all unwanted items.
A lot of
Beneath
this,
the
the
gutter
entire
is
game
the
was
Black
annoying.
Gulch, a derelict cave
Whoa,
filled
the
with
dragon
parasites
skeleton.
and creatures. The poison glows with a greenish tint, highlighting the path forward. Exploring the gulch leads to the discovery of a distinct individual by the name Darkdiver Grandal,
This
the leader
motherfucker.
of the Pilgrims of Dark, a firm believer who urges the bearer of the curse.
Yeah, a
to
lot of
pursue
people
the
say
dark
that the
to
life
its
gems are a
deepest
lot better
depths.
than
A
Nashta's.
dilapidated altar, similar to the ones found in the Shrine of Armana, act as gateways into the dark chasm. After conquering each portion of the chasm, the bearer of the curse arrives at the gate of the Dark Lurker. The
And you can
appearance
have, like,
of the creature
99 this
resembles
motherfucker.
that of an angel. The face of the entity is concealed in shadow by its hood. During the encounter, the entity proves to be a formidable foe, possessing an arsenal of various dark magics. Nonetheless, the Dark Lurker is defeated, leaving behind its soul. The dark chasm of old is the remnant of some ancient, dissipated being. The nature and identity of the Dark Lurker remain ambiguous. Its appearance is much more akin to a being of light.
Yeah, the thing with the life gems is that you can move and heal at the same time, and you can have like 99 of them. So you have like infinite heals basically. So it's pretty crazy. You just have to get used to it. Like instead of healing instantly, it like slowly goes up. But yeah. The glow stick.
Despite its affinity with the dark, from this soul,
hated this
strayed
boss so much,
of
it was the
Alaphis
worst.
can create the life drain.
But my
patch
Sunny
hex.
D, I know.
This distorted
I know,
dark, brewed by hexes, drains the life force of those who touch it. Perhaps the Dark Lurker's goal was to lure those with a fondness of the dark, with the purpose of devouring them for their humanity.
No, I literally only fought
Towards
you
the
because
edge
I
of the
had to for
gulch,
the platinum.
The next great foe
Ugh.
reveals itself. The Rotten, a towering monstrosity, whose body is the culmination of many hollows. Leading the pack appears to be a single hollow, a hive mind dedicated to the preservation of the decay. The Rotten embraces all in his sanctuary, for all things rotten are tossed away. He appears to be in the process of constructing one of the many small statues we see around the area. His delicate nature, when attempting to reconstruct the object, hints at his nurturing personality. The Rotten welcomes all who were rejected by the societies of norm, choosing instead to embrace the blight
like the
and
Rotten. Don't make me
mutations of
feel
all
sympathy for the
creatures,
Rotten.
putting the populace back together again, piece by piece.
What the hell is that thing?
Unfortunately, he must be put to rest. Once conquered, it is discovered that the Rotten was in possession of the old dead one's soul.
Oh,
the very
Nito's.
soul which belonged to Gravelord Nito, the first of the dead.
Yo.
Beyond the borders of Majula, a shaded wood shrouds the area. A small dense forest.
So we have the Someone had the Witch of Isla's soul. The Lost Sinner. The Lost Sinner had the Witch of Isla's soul, and now the Rotten had Nito's soul. Interesting. Also, the Rotten is made of puppy-loving orphans who feel bad now. Fine, I feel bad. What the fuck?
In a thick mist of fog, a decapitated head
You sniped him
of
to
a
death? No
warrior
way.
named Vangal speaks to the bearer of the curse. After the collapse of Feroza, Vengal deserted his kingdom
Gotta
and
head out,
pursued
bye,
mercenary
Mike.
work,
Thank you.
although
I love
he
you so
is
much. Have a good
ashamed
day.
of this. Strangely, even Feroza's Lion Knights, a motley crew of rabid fighters, kept him at arm's length. His helmet resembles that of a beast, as he was not unlike a mad beast on the battlefield. The description of his character describes Vengal as a ferocious and deadly warrior who was feared even by his companions. This is further enforced by the description of his shield. The chisels on the face were carved by Vengal to count the heads he claimed.
Whoa, that's
Many
scary.
marks occupy the surface, indicating how prolific Vengal was in the number of lives he claimed. In a display of fateful irony, during a particular battle, Vengal was beheaded. He remarks that he often has visions of his body and
Oh,
warns
Stick
not
Boy,
to
I'm
approach
sorry.
it, suggesting a link still exists
Maybe he suddenly had to
between the
go.
body and mind. In the shaded ruins, his animated body is discovered, a mighty figure wielding a scimitar and
this
a
guy.
sword. Legend has it that it was built to test the limits of the strength of Feroza knights, until Vengal swung it about like a wooden plaything, claiming ownership by demonstration. Nevertheless, the headless body is destroyed. Vengal is appreciative of this gesture and offers his summon sign as a symbol of gratitude,
Yo, the summon.
signifying that with the death of his body, his spirit was made whole again. A weaponsmith by the name Ornifex can be found trapped in a small confine
lady.
below the ground of the shaded ruins. This captive
Crowbird
crow
lady.
demon closely resembles the creatures who once lived in the painted world of Arianas.
Yeah,
She's
very
a
much
crucial
so.
ally to the bearer of the curse, as she has the uncanny ability to forge weapons using the many powerful souls obtained along the journey. According to her, this technique was pioneered by Seath the Scaleless, though she does not mention him by name.
It is said that our technique originates from a strange being that inhabited this land. A pale beast
Also, she's a
that
bird,
lived
yeah.
long ago. We don't even know what exactly it was.
Her dialogue also provides a clue into the origin of the next great soul. In the immediate vicinity, another important figure can be found. He can only be spoken to by equipping the Ring of Whispers, a trinket utilized by
Oh,
Roy,
nice, Stick Boy.
the
That sounds
explorer.
fun.
Tark states that he and a woman by the name Najka were created by
Scorpion
the same
Boy.
master, a tragically lonely soul who conducted experiments and from his madness gave life to the two. Similar to Tark, Najka was also a hybrid creature. However, she is much larger in comparison. Many seasons passed and the two grew closer and became inseparable.
A sight
Eventually,
that drains
they were
HP,
betrothed.
yo.
Sadly, their love would not last, as her mind withered and she fell to madness.
No, not the madness.
For this reason, Tark states the following.
I wish to ask a favor of you. I want you to kill my betrothed. Once, I always found her at my side. But as time went on, things went awry. She became violent, raging uncontrollably. Eventually, she came after me.
He pleads with the curse bearer, asking for assistance in slaying his partner. Together, they pierce the veil of fog and confront the mad scorpioness. Tark does not falter and provides aid until the very end. With her soul put to rest, Tark thanks the bearer of the curse. Both he and Najka will no longer suffer in an eternal conflict. Meanwhile, the bearer of the curse enters the doors of Pharos, a location named after Pharos the Vagabond, a legend who wandered the land, creating contraptions to help those in sincere and dire need. The scope of his travels was so wide that Pharos has been mistakenly credited with many inventions that were crafted by others.
Hey yo!
A race of people by the name Gurm call this place home, a stocky, powerful race which once dwelt above ground. They were regarded as inferior by humans and unjustly exiled below. They are amicable by nature, but harbour an intense distrust of surface dwellers, particularly humans. In addition, many of the Gurm living in the doors of Pharos have gone hollow and become threats to the living. Lonesome Gavlan belongs to this race of people.
Gavlan!
As indicated previously, the doors of Pharos are also a domain of the Rat King, as evidenced by the existence of the Royal Rat Authority, another ardent subject of the monarch. Venturing forward, the settlement of Brightstone Cove Sildora unveils itself, a mining village that was once ruled by a figure known as Duke Sildora. The eccentric lord, known for his fascination with spiders, built a town and a personal fortune by mining Brightstone. One day, the town was overrun.
We agreed to make a weapon based off a Twitch streamer, and I'm proud to say you're my choice. No way, Stick Boy! Are you gonna make me cry? That's so sweet and kind. Oh, what do you mean I'm your choice? What do you mean? That's so nice. I like bows. I like bows a lot. A bow or a greatsword? A big boom sword. That gives you an idea. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, Stick Boy. That's so sweet. I can't wait to see it.
But Lord Sildora only stood by
Lunar bow?
and
Yeah, let's go.
eerily contented. By examining the area, we can see its inhabitants have succumbed to the spider infestation,
Icky yucky.
morphing into vile creatures. This parasitic species bury themselves into the body of a host, commanding them to move like a puppet. Each parasite thrives of their host by draining the blood from within. Eventually, we come upon a holy chapel, home to the prowling magus and his congregation. In this room, a small number of undead labourers, supplicants, and hollow priests have gathered. The labourers are dressed in tattered clothing, resembling that of a prisoner, insinuating that many miners of the cove were indeed slaves.
Aww.
The supplicants appear to have fallen under the spell of the
I'm gonna
prowling
make
magus,
it have
retaining
faster
no will
shoot
of their
and
own.
reload
They
speed
now
based off
serve
of
the
your
magus with
zoomies.
blind dedication.
Cat
Lastly,
zoomies, let's
the
go.
hollow priests were once the clerics of Dranglake.
That's a
It
good
is
idea.
unknown whether they act of their own volition or as an extension of the Magus's will. The prowling magus itself originated in Aldea's keep. Warlocks in Aldea gave rise to wicked things and even cast forbidden rituals upon
Yo, I want that
themselves.
mask. It looks cool
No
as
one
fuck.
knows if they were born mad or if their own misdeeds drove them over the edge. Each Aldean warlock would utilize a cursed bone shield, an item reinforced by a covert ritual that granted the shield the power of flame. Using a combination of dark magic, it appears that the prowling magus gained a devout following from the people of Brightstone Cove. Perhaps they turned to him in the darkest hour as their home collapsed under the weight of the parasitic infestation. The peasant settlers who toiled
Well, they
the
kind of look like
farms and
Michael.
mines
They
in
kind
the
of have like
outskirts
Michael
of the
faces.
city were fortunate to succumb to the undead curse, as the higher class citizens who resided in the city were ravaged and became sustenance for the spiders. As the curse bearer delves deeper into the cove, the environment begins to change. The area is now blanketed by a coat of thick webbing, and the swarms of spiders only increase. Finally, the Duke's dear Freya enters the fray. A gargantuan, two-headed spider. Its body is protected by a layer of armor, and a collection of spiders scurry to aid its master.
Yuck.
The spider uses a flurry of vicious attacks, including a luminescent beam, similar to sorcery. The ground is covered in the bones of the deceased, victims of the spiders who were devoured or infected. The bearer of the curse still overcomes the spider, and its very being evaporates into the ether.
Bye-bye.
The great soul now rests in the palm of the young hollow. The soul makes reference to a being known as the Writhing Ruin, an ancient thing whose shadow remains cast over the land.
What's that?
It first took possession of a solitary insect, but grew its power, feasting on the wealth of twisted souls found in the land. The Writhing Ruin could be a direct connotation to Seath, who physically writhed around due to his tentacles. Or perhaps it is more symbolic, referencing his betrayal of the dragons. In addition, Freya also drops the old Pale Drake soul, a soul which can be used to forge the Moonlight Greatsword or manufacture a spell known as a Crystal Soul Spear.
And that was
In
Seath
wake
stuff.
of this revelation, it is no surprise that a pale dragon can be
Basically, do you want a custom move with it as well? You can tell me what it does and what to name it. Saves me time. Maybe like do you have like elemental damage in the game? You have spells and stuff, right? Maybe you could do like a moon arrow. And have it do like light damage or something like that. Maybe it shoots 3 arrows at once. Meteor strike or something like that. Does that give you some ideas? I'm not very good at this stuff, but half of combat based on elemental stuff? Nice. Nice. You're writing all this down? I'll tell you if I think of something else.
discovered, ensnared in webs, in the very nesting place of the Duke's dear Freya. This pale drake could possibly be Seath, or perhaps it was another who fell victim to the creature. In the adjacent
That would be
room,
crazy
the
if it
Lord's
was
private
Seath.
chamber can be found. Sildora's obsession with spiders is further enforced by the cage found in his room. This cage most likely housed Freya in its infancy. Some posit the theory that Seath utilized the spider and Duke in experimentation,
Yo, not the
eventually giving rise
experimentation.
to the colossal monstrosity. According to the spider fan
Triple shot with light damage, armor penetrating shot. That
the
sounds
Duke
good.
himself,
Yep.
an eccentric soul
That sounds awesome.
fascinated with spiders, went on to take a form that was far from human. It seems that the fate of both Dukes, Seath and Sildora, are interwoven. As you may recall, the identity of the creator of Tark and Najka remain a mystery. That is until Tark states,
What skill? You've defeated my master. But our master never dies, and he changes form so that he may seethe for all eternity.
From this information, we can surmise that Seath's soul manipulates all who would use it, inflicting misery on those around him, forever carrying on his will in all manner of forms through his vile experiments. Just like the chosen undead of old, the bearer of the curse has obtained each great soul, But this is only one step of the journey. At this point, Aldia, the scholar of the first sin, Vendrick's brother, makes an appearance for the first time. His form is reminiscent of a large bonfire, an amalgamation of roots and fire. Rather than shepherd the young Hollow, he instead questions their very nature and informs them to seek out Vendrick and embark on the path of the king.
Young Hollow, do you wish to shed this curse? Then accept the fate of your ilk and face the trials that await you. Young Hollow, there are but two paths. Inherit the order of this world, or destroy it.
What is it, Stick Boy?
Only a true monarch can make such a choice. Half-grown Hollow, have you what it takes? Truly? Young Hollow, seek after Vendrick. He who almost became a true monarch.
Not the almost.
The Vendrick is certain to guide your way. Young Hollow, conqueror of fear. What drives you so to overcome this supposed curse?
Oh, we made it to chapter 3! We made a lunar set as well, so I can custom buff that bow with the set depending depending off the set. It's based off the moon stages. That's so cool. Epic. Yeah, so you can have the set and the weapon and then be like freaking OP as hell. That sounds awesome. Chapter 3. The Path of the King.
Tracing the king's steps, the bearer of the curses led to the Shrine
Halfway
of
through.
Winter, a gate that houses the path to Dranglake Castle, King Vendrick's work of art, the house that ruled a kingdom stretching further than one can comprehend. A long dark road lures newcomers towards the central seat
don't
of
make
power,
too much work for yourself,
exposing
Stickboy.
a castle that towers above all. The bleak exterior reveals a sign of abandonment, yet the fortress maintains its aesthetic charm.
Over the hill and past the forest is the king's castle, where a man peered straight into the essence of the soul. Those who come to Dranglake seeking salvation soon lose hope and turn hollow. It happens to them all, sooner or later.
The Emerald Herald forewarns of the horrors that had taken place in the castle, stating that little remains but wandering hollows, haunting the once prospering manor. She follows up with a reminder of the commitment binding the bearer of the curse to their pilgrimage. In attaining the Throne of Want, the Emerald Herald fulfills her purpose of guiding the undead to the fate of Dranglake. What they choose to do with such responsibility is their choice alone. Surrounding the property are stone soldiers, Knights of Valstadt, the Royal Aegis. When Vendrick confined himself to the undead crypt, Valstadt followed his king and remained by his side. The knights in his service waited patiently for his return until they turned to stone. Primal knights can be seen guarding the premise from intruders. The mammoth-like creatures are the creations of King Vendrick, using the long-forbidden sorcery of his brother Aldia. Exploring the castle interior leads to an encounter with a ghostly figure named Chancellor Welliger, who identifies the bearer of the curse as a trespasser. Unaware of recent events, the Phantom is protective of Vendrick's domain, ignorant to the state of the world and the king's doom. As he recollects his memory, Chancellor Welliger unravels the truth and informs of how the fate of Dranglake came to be. Little is known about the Chancellor, except that his apparel is identical to that of the Drang Knights, who were once feared mercenaries, suggesting that he may have been a sellsword at some point in time during King Vendrick's reign. In light of learning about the endeavours of King Vendrick and Queen Nishandra, the bearer of the curse advances through the labyrinth. Fending off countless royal swordsmen, the remaining survivors from the war against the giants. Atop the castle...
Then we can make a longsword because you can use a bow and a blade. Oh, cool. Considering you can dual class swords, scythes, and we made it to where you can have 2 weapons. Oh, nice, nice, nice. So you can dual wield stuff. That's awesome.
Resides Nashandra, seated on a monarch's throne, declaring herself Queen of Drang Lake.
Brave undead, visit Vendrick. We have no need for 2 rulers.
Hey, yo!
Brave undead, seek the throne.
Follow the symbol of the monarch, and do what must be done.
Sounds good, stick boy.
The Queen explains that King Vendrick wielded the strength to rule his people and stand in the face of adversity when the undead curse spread like wildfire, but in the end never had what it took to assume the true throne. Nashandra urges the bearer of the curse to seek the former king, insinuating that he must be put to rest, as he now offers little contribution to the kingdom. Do her words ring true, or a mere fabrication to manipulate those who stand before her? Reality remains obscure for now, but the truth always prevails in the end. Roaming within the castle walls is Benhart of Jugo, crossing paths with the bearer of the curse on multiple occasions throughout their journey.
He has the fake moonlight blade,
Benhart
right?
is on a quest of his own, travelling from lands far in purpose of perfecting his swordsmanship and proving the worth of his greatsword. Originating from Jugo, Benhart is acclimated to long reaches of desertous lands, housing many sorceresses and corrosive ants lining the horizon of the desert. Benhart's persistence has guided him to Drang Lake, wandering the lands with his Blue Moon greatsword by his side, an heirloom passed down for many generations. It seems as if he's on a mission for redemption, proudly carrying a shield emblazoned with a family crest of some sort, possibly representing his heritage, wielded as a badge of honor. Benhart, for one reason or another, feels the need to prove himself to his family, or yet prove his family's value to
He's
the
a good
world.
guy.
Convinced that immense power slumbers within his heirloom, he seeks to conquer the powerful beings inhabiting Drang Lake, believing that in testing his strength, the powers that lay forth within his weapon will reveal themselves. In search of etching his family name in history, Benhart meets the merchants Marlin and Magarold, who quickly realize that his weapon may be a replica of a far greater sword, the Moonlight Greatsword. A revelation that would shatter the hopes of this warrior,
and he got really
if
upset.
only his stubbornness would allow him to believe such claims. Benhart's ignorance may be a blessing, as his faith in the steel he carries has led him to pursue greatness. Would he have chased perfection if he knew the true worth of his sword, or lack thereof? In not knowing, Benhart fought and defeated many great souls, using nothing but a replica greatsword, mastering his craft along the way.
Meaning he's even stronger than he thinks.
This brave warrior proved his worth more so than he could ever know.
Yeah.
Traversing deeper into the castle, the bearer of the curse faces the twin dragon riders, one perched up on a ledge firing a great bow, whilst the other approaches with his weapon in hand. Although previously known for their unparalleled strength, these revered warriors stood no chance in defeating the bearer of the curse.
I was gonna say, I don't even remember these
having
guys.
accrued many powerful souls through the course of their pilgrimage. Posing a prevalent threat, however, is the Looking Glass Knight, a champion who challenges visitors to the Lordless Castle. Long ago, the King's Passage was a route taken by the bravest warriors to prove themselves, but now it only prevents one from pursuing the runaway king. Upon closer inspection, the Looking Glass Knight wields the King's Mirror as a shield, an item akin to the mirrors that are later found in Hardy's Keep. The similarity extends even further, as in both cases,
they come
a
out.
knight can forcefully break through the mirror, emerging from the abyss-like confines of the glass. Where the knights arise from is unknown, but the Looking Glass at the castle is said to have been a passage to another world. In seeking King Vendrick, the bearer of the curse contests the Looking Glass Knight, slowly wearing him down through an onslaught of attacks, until the Titan collapses in defeat. Having proven themselves, the bearer of the curse descends deep underground, unveiling a hidden
It's a
sanctuary
beast. Let's go.
known as the Shrine of Amarna.
No, I don't want to talk
Upon
about the
entering
Shrine of Amarna.
sanctum, an enchanting melody can be heard traveling from afar, emanating a sense of peace that caresses the air, the calm before the storm. Long before the undead curse harrowed the kingdom of Drangleic, the Shrine of Amarna was created as a haven dedicated to sustaining the demon of song. When the demon developed a taste for human flesh, it was contained within the Shrine of Amarna, but the line of priestesses who looked after the shrine and appeased the creature have died off. With that said, the demon of song escaped its prison, but remained confined to the Shrine of Amarna, unable to find its way to the surface. The name itself derives from its ability to lure prey into its lair by mimicking the graceful harmonies sung by the Milfanito.
The Milfanito!
The Milfanito were said to have been given life by Grave Lord Nito, who taught them to sing songs that would comfort the dead. The Milfanito have little concept of self, as their existence relies solely on singing, and they will continue to do so until they can no longer. The Milfanito can still be seen residing in the shrine, living a secluded life and showing no interest in the quarrels of the world. One can even be sighted in Drangleic Castle, imprisoned by an embedded, who was once a human, but similar to the demon of song, became tempted by the taste of flesh. Unable to resist his urges, the embedded bound himself eternally with chains, awaiting the day that someone would bring a rhapsodic end to his fate. To release the Milfanito, the bearer of the curse slays the demon of song, and in return retrieves the key to the embedded, which can be used to unlock the cage. Why is it that the demon of song holds the key to the embedded? It is unclear to what capacity, but similarities can be drawn between the two. Both disgraced by their lust for flesh, evidenced with the embedded hiding his face behind a mask, whilst the demon of song hides within his own body, a subconscious indication of shame. Could they be one and the same being, a soul transferred from the frail body of an embedded to the demon found in the shrine? Unfortunately, no one remains to speak of the true nature of these creatures. Passing through the shrine leads to the undead crypt, where a mysterious figure awaits, confidently leaning back on a wall with his arms crossed. Actaeon is a finito, and similar to the Milfanito, was given life by the Grave Lord. His role is to watch over the dead, ensuring that they maintain their peace. Actaeon warns that light is not welcomed in the crypt, expressing that in the past, humans were one with the dark, until the Lord of Light Gwyn banished the dark out of fear of humanity. Actaeon intends to provide solace through darkness for those who've passed, bringing humanity closer to their natural essence.
Did you come for him? The one called Vendrick?
You will find him deeper inside. Many castle servants and the like have come to fetch their lord.
But they rest here now, put to death by the king's own guards.
This place is so annoying.
Perhaps he's not in the mood for company.
The king's shadow, Valstart, guards the undead crypt, preying on those who've come to find Vendrick. As a means to reach the king, the bearer of the curse is pushed to slay the loyal knight, putting an end to their long-standing service to the king.
Bye-bye.
Forging ahead leads to the long-awaited meeting with the former king of Drangleic. Vendrick, the once powerful ruler, now a shell of his former self, a hollow stripped of all his attire, his lifeless body roaming around a small dark room, having lost all sense of self. In pity of what the king has become, the bearer of the curse strikes Vendrick down, putting him out of his shameful existence and upholding the image of the potent king that he was, contrary to being seen in his current state. Granted the king's ring, the bearer of the curse is able to access Aldia's Keep, located in the far eastern outskirts of Drangleic. Outside the premises, Lucatiel of Mirror can be found. She, along with her brother Aslatiel, were both respectable knights in their native land, held to high regard by the people of Mirror. Their competitive nature formed a rivalry between the two, ensuring that their abilities remained sharp. but it is said that Lucatil would always fall short in surpassing her brother's achievements.
Yeah, I remember that.
Afflicted with the undead curse, Aslatil without a word left Mirror, never to be seen again. Having later incurred the same fate as her brother, Lucatil travelled to Drang Lake to seek answers to the curse, in addition to finding Aslatil, hopeful that her brother is still alive and well.
They both go hollow.
The bearer of the curse encounters Aslatil at the entrance to Aldia's keep, but not in the state that one would hope to find him in. Failing to overcome the burden of the curse, Aslatil had lost all hope, and with that became a hollow, a fate most tragic. When Lucatil reached Drang Lake, she had already become convinced that one cannot escape the undead curse, but she never surrendered her will, as she held onto the possibility of reuniting with her brother. The remaining hope she harboured was crushed by what had happened to Aslatil. Her own kin forsook his knighthood to prey upon others, driven to madness by the undead curse. For what reason should she press on, when all meaning to her life had been shattered before her eyes? And so Lucatil, with no faith left in her heart, accepts defeat, allowing the curse to extinguish what little light she had left inside her. The once prosperous Knight of Mirror, now one of many hollows in Drang Lake. Before surrendering to her fate, Lucatil implored that her name be remembered, a dying wish bestowed upon the bearer of the curse. Many years on, a mask named after Lucatil can be found, revealing that the bearer of the curse stayed true to their word, and spread the name of Mirror's most valiant warrior from one ear to another, keeping Lucatil's legacy alive for thousands of years past her death.
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Proceeding to
Oh no, it's so cute. I love Lucatil. Oh. Sky, a funny thing I did was if you have the full moon buff, you gain plus 17 agility and shoot 5 arrows, yo! You called it Night Sky's bow? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I want to see it.
Aldia's keep. It is evident that the location is discreet by design, sealed away by Vendrick himself, condemning his own elder brother to a secluded mansion. This stemmed from their dispute over how the pair would tackle the truth to the secrets of life. Confined to the mansion, Lord Aldia would invite various guests to aid in his experiments, but those who were summoned to the manor would disappear indefinitely, becoming vessels for his body of work. In visiting Aldia's residence, one can bear witness to his monstrous creations. Chained cages are seen suspended from the ceiling, various concoctions...
Hey, that's a... We know this enemy. It was in Dark Souls 3. A grey semicircle. I love it.
Chained cages are seen suspended from the ceiling.
You just were checking out the stats.
Left untouched. Basilisks held captive in enclosures.
I was gonna say, you did that so fast.
Ogres roaming the hallways, and many malformed beasts dwelling in the manor's basement. Aldia used his hammer not as a weapon, but as an instrument to dissect his victims once they outlived their usefulness. The maniacal lord even kept giants in his manor, attempting to recreate the dragons of old. His trials led to the birth of the guardian dragon, an inferior breed to the everlasting dragons. Once given life, do the dragons watch over the land of their own will, or are they in the grip of one of Aldia's spells?
Great question.
Taking drastic measures, Aldia even created life severed from its physical form, believing that this may be the answer to transcending the undead curse. Born of Aldia's obsession with the first sin, the Forlorn lost both their corporeal form and a world to call their own.
Well, if I like it, I
Now
might
they
pay
drift
you and your
into
friend
other
for
worlds, ever in search
the
of
design.
a home, but without self.
Make it part of my
one has
VTuber.
neither beginning nor end, and so the Forlorn have only to wonder. Within Aldia's keep, a mysterious figure can be found, seated under a giant staircase.
Oh yeah, this guy.
This is the royal sorcerer, Navlan, who appears to be of two minds, fluctuating between multiple personalities. If the bearer of the curse interacts whilst in human form, the sorcerer remains distant, pleading to be left alone.
One is the designer and one is the map
conflict.
maker. Nice.
If one is to approach whilst hollow, the alter ego surfaces. Prior to the fall of Drang Lake, the royal sorcerer set out to devise new spells, in hopes of introducing new forms of magic into the world. In doing so, he mistakenly created a separate consciousness tethered to his vessel. When the sorcerer sought strength, the new soul, Navlan, decided to demonstrate, hijacking the sorcerer's body whilst he slept and committing massacres as a feat of strength. The sorcerer soon found out and locked himself away along with the evil spirit within him, as to prevent any further malevolent acts. It's important to note that the spirit tied to the sorcerer was not developed during his experiments, but merely awakened. Long ago, the spirit Navlan was also a sorcerer, one who used hexes to create dark spells, such as the Scraps of Life. His goal was to restore the banned art of resurrection, possibly to overcome the grief of losing a loved one, or perhaps the idea itself simply interested him. His endeavours came at a considerable cost, as due to the use of hexing, which was banned from most kingdoms, the heretic Navlan was executed along with his entire village, and the mere utterance of his name became a crime. Navlan is often described as an exiled sorcerer, suggesting that he had been forewarned of the consequences of hexing, and yet his courage did not waver as he continued to practice his craft until it led him to the grave. It appears that foregoing his death, Navlan succeeded in his goal, casting a spell that would allow his consciousness to live on whilst his body decayed, until awakened by the royal sorcerer at a later point. If the bearer of the curse is to entertain the evil spirit, Navlan will request 4 acts of murder to be committed, placing targets on the heads of Gilligan, Kale, Falcon, and the Emerald Herald. It is unclear why Navlan would care to target Gilligan and Kale, possibly to test the moral standings of the bearer of the curse. But the choice of Falcon the outcast raises some questions. Falcon is also a sorcerer, one that is devoted to utilising the power of the dark and hexes, and the staff he carries was forged by Lord Aldir. It is possible that the royal sorcerer, Falcon, and Aldir were all members of the Drangleic royal court, and collaborated in conducting numerous experiments to uncover the secrets of immortality. If so, then attacking those who are of value to the royal sorcerer is Navlan's method of retaliating against the one who imprisoned him.
God damn.
This stands true for targeting the Emerald Herald, as she was likely the creation of Aldir and the royal sorcerer, one of their many failed solutions to break the undead curse. Navlan is painted as the evil part of a fractured vessel, whilst the royal sorcerer is the model for good. The two form a complete being, harbouring both good and evil, each of which fight for ascendancy. The more accurate depiction of Navlan is tragic, however. The once passionate sorcerer banished from all magic academies
I accidentally
and
opened
exiled his village, and then executed along with his
trap.
entire community, likely killing any family he had with him. The soul of Navlan is not one of evil, but a spirit of vengeance. Beyond the guardian dragon,
oh
a
no,
lift
Kitty's
awaits the
not
bearer of
fighting!
the curse, elevating them to the highest peak above the surface, the Dragon Eyrie, a land housing countless dragons, connected by nothing but worn-out rope bridges. If one is to miraculously make it through these fatal lands, they'll find themselves arriving at the Dragon Shrine, a temple built in service of the ancient dragon. The shrine is teeming with dragon knights, equipped with armor crafted from the scales of a black dragon. The Black Dragon Great Shield tells the story of a dragon that lost its tail to a brave warrior in a magnificent battle, and the tail was later used to forge several legendary weapons. Is it possible that we now bear witness to the equipment crafted from the remains of Kalameet, the black dragon slain by the chosen undead long ago? Reaching the top of the shrine, the bearer of the curse is acquainted with the ancient dragon, who gives them an ashen mist heart, a thing of magic, allowing one to delve into the memories of the withered.
Yeah, this is where the story started, in the memories.
Yet another stands before us. Then so be it, for the curse of life is the curse of want, and so ye peer into the fog in hopes of answers. The ancient dragon is often referred to as a false deity, a prop. Sweet Shalqua even references this entity as a being that's playing the part of a dragon, insinuating that it's a creature of dubious origins. The dragon soul is said to have been created by those who peered into the
Tell your
essence
cats
of the
that sweet
soul.
shall quad will
The
not
Emerald
stand for their
Herald
fighting.
describes Vendrick in this exact way, implying that the king, alongside Aldia, gave life to this ancient being. Whilst the Guardian variant was a small-scale success, the ancient dragon demonstrates Aldia's considerable progress in attaining immortality, albeit through the recreation of an everlasting dragon. With the Ashen Mist heart in hand, the bearer of the curse can pierce through space and time, unraveling the mysteries of the war against the giants. If the curse bearer is to trace back their steps and revisit the cave which housed the Duke's dear Freya, they can use the Ashen Mist heart to interact with the crystal below the pale dragon, revealing a path into the dragon memories, reversing the hands of time to a crucial point in history. This places the bearer of the curse in a land shrouded by fog, grey crags, and fallen everlasting dragons. With the notion that the pale dragon is Seath the Scaleless, it is possible that the memory belongs to him, dating back to when Seath betrayed his own kind.
That's crazy.
A show of his treason, evidenced by the deceased dragon, laying motionless, rotting away with time. Transitioning to a war of a different era, inside the memory of Vamar, an injured captain warns of a losing battle, pleading that one must turn back and leave at once, as this is not a fight to be involved in. Following the king's siege on the land of the giants sought to invade Drang Lake, in retaliation to humanity's wrongdoings.
Don't blame him for
As
that.
they descended upon Drang Lake, Captain Drummond was charged with manning the Cordial Tower and ensuring that the giants do not reach the king's residence. Drummond speaks of a leader amongst the towering beasts, one that is certain to be their king. No matter how formidable the being may be, Captain Drummond did not fear death, swearing to stand tall until his last moments and fall with his honor intact
Get some
and
good
sword
foods.
clasped in hand.
My blade may break, my arrows fall wide.
I am obviously the best waifu, by the way.
Shall never be broken. Those who live by the sword will die by it. And I, Drummond, won't go down without drawing mine.
Sure, bestie. That's why you're hiding in here,
As
right?
valiant as he was, Drummond failed his mission to uphold the fort. But even with the stronghold overrun by the giants, a slither of hope remained, as the bearer of the curse boldly enters the battle with a firm assurance that the tides of the war are soon to be shifted. This unknown hero marched through memories of the past, slaughtering the giants one by one.
Yeah,
from
now
the
I feel
memories
really
of
bad
Lamar
about this.
to Oro, and finally the memory of Jay, battling to rescue the fate of Drang Lake from its imminent demise, with the ultimate
Should have let the
threat
giants
being the giant
frickin' wreck
lord.
shit.
The curse bearer charges through a bridge covered with the corpses of both fallen soldiers and giants, evading multiple projectiles, until finally reaching the leader of the invaders, a showdown that would define the future of a kingdom. Cut down from the base, the giant lord collapsed to the ground, every inch of his size turned against the titan, sending shockwaves through the ground upon impact. Commonly, upon death, giants become one with nature, turning into great trees. But the giant lord's fate would differ from the norm. What remained of him following the battle was dragged into a cave beneath the fort, where he would be chained and sealed away for eternity. Many years later, the giant lord would come to be known as the Last Giant, he who would once again be faced with the unknown warrior that struck him down. Still resentful of his defeat, the Last Giant recognizes the bearer of the curse and seizes the opportunity to exact revenge. Though with his strength now greatly diminished, the Last Giant would be laid to rest one last time.
Interesting.
History is often written by the victors, and so the truth in its purest form remains clouded in mystery. But with the possession of the Ashen Mist heart, the bearer of the curse was able to explore a timeline of the past, and not only experience the giants' invasion on Drang Lake, but actively take part in the war, rewriting history with every swing of their blade. With this newly found phenomenon, all that is concealed will be exposed, and the world's lies will bear their true essence, testament to Lord Aldia's profound adage, No matter how tender, how exquisite, a lie will remain a lie.
Chapter 4, Deliverer of Crowns.
Propelled by tales of ancient crowns buried deep in the conflicts of Drangleic, the bearer of the curse journeys to unfamiliar grounds, unfolding remarkable history embedded in a land long
Every
forgotten,
time I see a new place, I'm like, yeah, I hated this place.
Of the world, a lost kingdom swallowed by
There's
the wrath
nothing
of
about
an
this game that
everlasting
I
dragon,
really
a
enjoyed.
supposed deity idolized by a naive king and his adherents, a mark of misplaced faith, humanity worshipping what remains of a race nearing its extinction, desperately seeking answers to make sense of their burdensome existence in a world of tragedy and death. Long ago, Sin, the slumbering dragon, was discovered in the lowermost depths of the world. The dragon slept in peace, although burdened with a buildup of poison that had long brewed within his very core. Surrounding his resting place, the city of Shulva was constructed. The very foundations of this kingdom was crafted in awe of the deity that humanity had unearthed. The kingdom of Shulva was governed by an unnamed king of the past, now recognized as the Sunken King, alongside Ilana, the squalid queen. As the city flourished, the number of worshippers multiplied. The growth of the kingdom ensured that a concrete system was in place to preserve the dragon's deep slumber, entrusting Sanctum soldiers and knights to defend Shulva from any invader who dares to set foot where unwelcomed. Sanctum priestesses, followers of Ilana, were charged with singing melodies that would keep the dragon at rest. However, one must wonder if a phrase or even an echo of their songs ever truly impacted the dragon. The soothing vocals may have been naught more than a sacred tradition, preserved through time as a sign of love and respect for their deity. Or perhaps there are more sinister forces at play here, ones destined to bring ruin to the city of Shulva. After all, the pillars of this civilization were formed on a basis of faith, placed in an everlasting dragon, a creature capable of toppling an empire if evoked. What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong?
Inevitably, as with all kingdoms of the past, a threat reveals itself and challenges the rule of the current monarchy. However, in this case, the goal is not sovereignty, but the acquisition of the blood of the dragon. Shulva was attacked by Sir Yorg and his army of Drakeblood Knights, who sought the dragon's blood to gain a better understanding of life, to transcend their own banal existence. Perhaps they also believed Sin to be a deity of sorts. What is known for certain is that they worshipped the blood of the dragons, and were led by Sir Yorg in a siege of the Eternal Sanctum. Their path to further knowledge couldn't differ any more than that of the Sunken King. The Drakeblood Knights proved too powerful for the guardians of the city, severing their bodies with each purposeful swing of their mighty greatswords, which encapsulated the essence of what they fought for, with an insignia chiseled upon its hilt, symbolizing dragon's blood. The Sanctum Knights fought with every ounce of their being, as they renounced their own flesh to eternally guard the Sanctum from Sir Yorg and his Drakeblood Knights. Although honourable, this was to no avail, as all who stood in between Sir Yorg and Sin were slaughtered. Bodies piled up throughout the city. The king witnessed the blood of his people decorate the walls of the kingdom he had built, and made his final stand against the invaders, fighting with all he had believed in as he took his final breath,
this dragon had
protecting
like
the dragon's sanctum. The last
spear
image he
through him,
witnessed was the red cloth wrapped around the Drakeblood armor, waving triumphantly as they passed his debilitated body, the red cloth symbolizing the sacred blood of dragons. What follows the fall of the king is best illustrated by Sir Yorg's ring, which reveals that, when Sir Yorg faced Sin, the slumbering dragon, he drew blood with a flash of his steel, but Sin responded by spewing forth the poison that had long brewed within him, blanketing the city in a miasmic cloud. Sir Yorg disturbed the dragon with a single great strike of his spear, unaware that evoking the beast would awaken its wrath, unleashing a lifetime of encapsulated rage. Sin rained death upon the city, releasing the poison that it had harbored for many ages, toppling the kingdom to its bare foundations, and putting an end to Sir Yorg and his siege. The Eternal Sanctum, the once towering bulwark, crumbled with the city shortly after Sin's awakening, clearing the long-standing history of the kingdom with a single smite. Spewing the poisonous fog resulted in Sin restoring his purity at the cost of a kingdom, its king, alongside Sir Yorg and
Why
his
did you get to
legion.
eat, Stick Boy?
A tragic end to a race that discovered a dragon, worshipped its magnificence, and perished by its side.
Damn, that's
Queen
sad.
Ilana, having survived the collapse of Shulva, resides in the Dragon's Rest and continues to sing her lullabies, whilst facing a mural depicting the dragon overlooking his worshippers who pray beneath him. Suspiciously, she's the only one to have survived the city's destruction. How could this have been?
Suspicious.
Upon further investigation, it is revealed that Ilana was born as a fragment of
Homemade
Manus,
pasta,
father of
yo.
the Abyss, making her sister
Well,
to
enjoy your
Nashandra.
last bowl of homemade
As a child
pasta.
of the Abyss, she represents a shard of Manus' emotions. Ilana constitutes the trait of wrath and anger, as evidenced by the vengeful path she pursues following the loss of her city. This child of dark accompanies the dragon, slowly amassing souls in anticipation of the coming day of vengeance.
Jesus, all these people,
Now a
vengeance,
collector of
vengeance,
souls,
vengeance.
Ilana continues to grow in power as she prepares for
I
vengeance.
feel like the
to
giants
strike
were
again.
like rightful in their
Punishment for
vengeance,
the
but
sins
everyone
of
else is just
challenging
being an
Mother
asshole.
Nature, the forceful continuation of the Age of Fire. The coming day of vengeance refers to the arrival of judgment in the form of a vessel that will lead the world to an age of dark and vanquish all who had sided with the light. Until then, the daughters of Manus desperately seek a worthy vessel for such a cause. One thing that remains to be revealed is that of how Sin had come to harbour poison within him, as all through history, there are no signs of everlasting dragons innately possessing a buildup of poison.
True.
Further
Yeah.
affirming this notion is the soul of Sin, which specifies that following the rain of poison that was released, the dragon had restored its purity, insinuating that it had been pure once upon a time before being burdened with the toxin.
Oh.
One theory links back to the inception of the Age of Fire, suggesting that when the Four Lords stood to face the everlasting dragons, Sin was present in the war, and Nito's miasma of death and disease binded the dragon to a lifetime of poison, causing Sin to retreat deep beneath the surface, where it would
Whoa.
hibernate until awakened by Sir Yorg. A subsequent theory attempts to justify why the kingdom of Shulva worshipped Sin, speculating that prior to becoming a flourishing civilization, Shulva was infested with poison.
Go on.
Sin may have sacrificed his well-being to consume the poison, suppressing its effects, and keeping the harmful substance at bay,
Aww.
resulting in the king and those who followed to worship Sin for the sacrifice he made for their sake. This mirrors the sacrifice carried out by the fair lady, offering up her health to save her servants from a parasitic disease, which in result led to them worshipping her. This theory makes Sin's rampage sympathetic, as from its perspective, the dragon sacrificed a great deal for the people of Shulva, only for them to pay its kindness with betrayal. Poetic in a way, weaponizing the very poison the dragon had suppressed, to spew it back in the face of those it had protected, and vanquish the kingdom in its entirety.
Damn.
The most likely possibility places Ilana as the culprit, suggesting that she, along with her priestesses, had sung spells of poison into Sin, under the guise of keeping the dragon at rest.
Yeah.
Ilana may have put together this evil concoction to further a grand plan to spread darkness, a way of extinguishing those who seek the light.
What the fuck?
She's referred to as the Squalid Queen, which is associated with being extremely dirty and unpleasant.
Dirty and unpleasant.
Especially as a result of poverty or neglect. Not exactly how you'd expect a queen to be described. As a fragment of Manus, Ilana likely came from nothing, fought her way into becoming a queen, and manipulated the king of Shulva until she grew powerful enough to destroy the kingdom from within.
Damn.
Similar to how her sister Nashandra is
Yeah.
responsible for the fall of Drang Lake, Ilana may have caused the fall of Shulva. Although there's no clear evidence of this being the case, history has proven to repeat itself many times over.
General
If
chat?
the pattern of repeating cycles are to hold any credibility in this world, It is plausible that Alanna and Nishandra had set out with identical goals of crippling kingdoms that advocate the Age of Light in order to bring forth
Why did you send me a bomb? What is this? Stigma, what is this? Why did you send me a bomb? Yeah, why though? Why a pipe bomb? Why? Why though? Next guy who puts taxes in your mailbox? Boom. Oh my god, you're hilarious.
That advocate the Chandra had set out with identical goals of crippling kingdoms that advocate the Age of Light in order to bring forth the dark, a continuation of their father's legacy. Evidence of their success is visible in what remains of the kingdom of Shulva and Drangleic. As Alanna awaits the day of vengeance, she's confronted with the bearer of the curse, who duels the
No one
Squalid
can send
Queen
money,
and puts an
but
end
I want money.
to her ceaseless journey of spreading the dark. To
I
gain
am
the
broke.
crown of the Sunken King, one must face the destroyer of cities, the essence of calamity itself, Sin, the slumbering dragon. Grasping a narrow victory, the Curse-Bearer achieves what Sir Jorg and his legion could not, executing the towering dragon
Yeah,
that
let's not
possessed the kingdom of
put bombs in
Shulva
people's mailboxes.
interminably.
Let's not.
The deliverer of crowns now wields the crown of the Sunken King.
Seeker of fire, I see you've subdued another foul creature. One of the father of the Abyss spawn. That confounded quintessence of humanity. The Abyss once had form, but then dissipated. And yet, traces of its existence endured. Each fragment, thirsting for power, spread dark with no relent.
You did that to all the bosses in Elden Ring and it worked. Brilliant.
In search of a second lost crown of a past king, the bearer of the curse finds
DLC.
themselves gazing upon several high-reaching towers, isolated from
This is
all
DLC, isn't it?
civilization,
Oh, no, it's
and
not.
connected only by metal chains spanning miles across the skies. The towers are seen resting above a volcanic wasteland and sprawling high above the clouds. To understand the origin of these peculiar towers, one must go back to a time long ago, to the beginning of a kingship derived from the lust for power and glory. The tale of the Old Iron King begins with a little-known, unestablished lord who possessed dreams of grandeur. From the ruins of the old kingdom of Ven, the enfeebled lord began crafting his empire with what little resources he could muster. But with the discovery of an iron-producing miracle, the tides of power began to shift within Drangleic. The scorching iron scepter was capable of harnessing the powers of iron, and enabled the Lord to produce an endless supply of the material. The construction of the Broom Tower birthed many creations that would later flourish into a kingdom. The tower was a base of operations, hosting a giant clockwork contraption that worked in accordance with the Iron Scepter, which transferred heat to the tower, resulting in iron being manufactured
I think
on a
my favorite
grand
boss
scale.
fight is here.
One can only envision the extent of what could be forged with this interminable resource. Infinite possibilities laid in the palm of the Lord, and he was not short of inventive ideas. Capitalizing on his newly discovered marvel, the Lord assembled his own army of iron soldiers. With the help of a dear companion, the Magus Eagle,
The Turtle Boys.
the soldiers were granted life by a rare enchantment, an infusion
The Teenage
of iron
Mutant Ninja
and
Turtles.
souls. Every king resides in a castle, a display of their strength to the world, and so the Lord paraded his power by erecting a castle of his own, crafted from pure iron, infamously known as the Iron Keep. Reborn as a powerful leader, The Iron King decorated his formidable fortress with a vast collection of weapons, moving contraptions, and iron sculptures, to name a few of the many pillars designed to showcase his accomplishments. He even tried his hand at forging a dragon out of iron.
Ayo.
In the heyday of his land, the old Iron King fancied entertaining dubious and eccentric guests from faraway lands.
What the fuck does that mean?
Most of them were charlatans, but among the riffraff was an unusual knight from the Far East. He trained the Iron King's men in the sword in obeisance to his new lord. The unusual knight being Sir Alon, a masterful swordsman who aided the Iron King in elevating his kingdom's stance in Drang Lake. The extent of Sir Alon's involvement in establishing the king's empire remains clouded, and some sources suggest that Sir Alon chose to serve the king in the early days of his reign, whilst others claim that the kingdom was in its prime when Sir Alon offered his expertise to the king. Over time, Sir Alon became the king's most trusted knight, but at the very peak of his sire's rule, Sir Alon set out again in search of lands yet unknown. The sudden departure never explained, and his absence sorely missed. The old Iron King bequeathed Sir Alon's name to his Iron Warriors, a sign of respect and gratitude towards the mysterious knight that helped shape a kingdom, a meaningful gesture emanating from a far from gracious king. As the kingdom continued to blossom, the Magus Eagle, under the king's commands, sought to grant fire a will of its own, creating pyromancies such as the Dance of Fire and Fire Snake. Alas, no amount of growth could satiate the greed of an arrogant king, as regardless of what he gained, his gluttonous hunger overthrew his fulfillment. In pursuit of an unbreakable empire, the old Iron King, alongside Eagle, furthered their experiments of giving life to fire, but little did they know, they were meddling with forces far beyond their competence. Eagle's precipitous enchantment to awaken fire backfired to the highest of degrees. The earth spouted fire, and a beast arose from the flames. The short-sighted king was incinerated by the creature in one swing, and his castle devoured in a sea of flames. In a flash, the king as we knew him ceased to exist. His life taken by a mass of iron that had been given a soul.
The darkness grinder?
Was this metal
Oh my
Goliath
god.
there from the beginning, or was it a product of the king's conceit? Succumbing to the flames that swallowed his castle, the Iron King's flesh was charred, and his soul possessed by the things that lurk below. His legion of Alon knights, although mightier than Alan's iron, were submerged by the flames that devoured the king's land, a consequence of unbridled greed. Swallowed by the scorching iron, the old Iron King came in contact with the one whose name must not be repeated, and became a vessel that bred Icarus Earth. Who could this possibly be referring to? The old King's soul, which can be retrieved upon...
I can't wait, we're not even done. We still have half an hour to go. Big game, big lore, exactly. I'm learning so much. How you doing?
On the old Iron King's death, reads, the once magnificent soul continues to exert influence over the land, even after the eons have reduced it to these remnants. An influential soul from an era long past, could it be? The old Iron King, through all the years past, continued to live on through Gwyn's soul.
Hey, yo!
The human ego. How many ugly iron castles has it erected?
Too many.
And they don't even see the folly of their ways. But that's what makes watching humankind so delightful.
Oh, it's Suchakwa!
It reminds me of someone who lived long ago. A vainglorious liar who ended up hurling himself into the flames. Now he's Icarus Earth, if I'm not mistaken.
In wake of the tragic events that transpired, Eagle, having been responsible for the collapse of a kingdom and the downfall of its ruler, eternally punishes herself for the sins she's committed. She confines herself to a dark, empty room as a prisoner of Sinner's Rise. The legend of the old Iron King and the Magus Eagle mirror that of Gwyn and the Witch of Izalith, a powerful being commanding his associates
Oh, it doesn't
who
exist
skilled in
anymore,
the art of
Kame?
pyromancy to give life to fire, only to birth a colossal flame that devours a kingdom and births demons. The old witch soul description matches that of the old king soul, further linking them to a cycle etched in history, a doomed fate they knew not of. Were their actions that of evil, or were they victims of their own
hell
destiny,
yeah, Stick Boy.
a
That
written
sounds awesome.
providence guiding them down a path to repeating the mistakes of the Lord's past? Even so, life knows not of compassion, and so Egil devotes the remainder of her life repenting for her sins, known not for her good deeds, or even her mistakes, but as a nobody, a lost
So Egil
sinner.
is the lost sinner?
Following the kingdom's collapse, a child of dark, bearing inconceivable strength, arrived from lands far away, seeking a king, but found herself in a kingless land, devoid of souls, and in journeying there, has all but condemned herself to a fate most wretched. Nadalia, a child of the Abyss spawn, represents a fragment of Manus that equates to solitude and loneliness. In search of a king, Nadalia entered the Broom Tower and wandered the halls in the hope that she would cross paths with the king. But her hopes slowly diminished,
It was the plug for
as all she could
gaming?
hear
Oh, no.
were the echoes of her footsteps bouncing off the desolate walls of a worn-down tower. As she descended to the basement of the tower, Nadalia discovered the crown of the Old Iron King, confirming his demise. Finding herself secluded in a kingdom that had perished, Nadalia became dispirited, and as a consequence,
Went hollow.
renounced her flesh and wandered Broom Tower. In the act of dancing, the Bride of Ash was transfigured as smoke, enticing people to her residence, and so her seat of power came to be known as the Broom Tower.
Huh.
Nadalia burned herself up in flames, whilst clasping the crown, and the smoke emitting from her body invited scores of men, who were dispatched to this land to tap the replete stores of iron. But they soon lost their nerve when faced with the Child of Dark, and all but the most steadfast of them became servants of the Black Fog. To defend against intruders, the Bride of Ash entrusted her soul to the ashen idols scattered throughout the tower, and through them she was able to attack poachers who attempted to retrieve the iron that had been abandoned. Excluding Nadalia, the Broom Tower ceased to receive many new arrivals until one knight was courageous enough to make his entrance. The rebel Raim, after his defeat by Valstat, came to Broom Tower in search of greater strength. When he found it, it came not from a regal father like before, but from a newfound mother who gave him true purpose.
That's her.
Raim became infatuated with the Bride of Ash, and with his newly found motive,
That's a big ass
settled
sword.
in the land of smoke and fog,
It's bigger than him.
guarding the dungeon of the tower, and with it, the remnants of the queen's body, now moulded from ashes. Shifting away from his old ways of life, Raim became a stalwart warrior, and although he had the ability to expunge the black fog, he chose to embrace it and accompany the Child of Dark that haunts his sword. As time passed, the bearer of the curse discovered the Broom Tower, and its history began to unveil itself. And most intriguing was the finding of Sir Alon's armour, graciously displayed on a model figure. The placement of the armour may have been in admiration of the knight who imparted his expertise to the king, but upon interacting with the armour, the bearer of the curse travels into a past memory of the Old Iron King, blurring the lines between what truly took place following Sir Alon's departure and what had been altered in the timeline as a result of a memory of the past being infiltrated. Having entered the memory, the curse bearer is halted by a myriad of Alon knights, standing in guard of their master and his fortress. Conquering the opposition leads to a vast silver chamber with spotless marble flooring and a blood-red sunset piercing through the wide-open
orange
windows
to me, but okay.
where Sir Alon awaits your arrival. With a
This was
clash
a cool
of steel, the battle began. Both warriors fought valiantly, swiftly maneuvering across the arena with grace. Their swords danced vigorously, and nothing was held back.
Let's go!
When the dust settled, the curse bearer stood tall as the victor, having bested
You made a
master
funny
at his
blessing?
own craft.
What does that mean?
In retrospect,
In your game?
whose triumph was this? Was it the bearer of the curse who fought the mighty Sir Alon? Or were they simply a vessel, living through the memory of the Old Iron King, who at the height of his power, pursued his old friend, with vengeance at the heart of his motive? After all, no one turns their back on the Old Iron King, or at least that's how a power-drunken king
IGN
would
is
justify their
not good.
actions. In an unfortunate turn of events, Sir Alon is defeated by the king, the once student, surpassing the master.
Damn.
Reaching the dungeon of the tower, the
This was
bearer
my
of the
favorite fight, I
curse
think.
discovers Knight Rame, now known
Fume
as the
Knight.
Fume Knight,
Yeah.
a result of absorbing Nadalia's black fog. His protective nature is displayed in full, as he instantly becomes hostile in protection of his queen. Wielding his Fume sword and Ultra Greatsword, the knight guards the entrance to the Bride of Ash. Driven to acquire the crown of the Old Iron King, the Curse-bearer charges ahead, unshaken by the Fume Knight's presence. As the fight progresses, Rame calls upon the aid of his queen, infusing his sword with fire and dark. But even so, he falls short. The taste of defeat stings worse than ever, invoking the long-suppressed feelings
This is
of
Dark
his
Souls
loss
2.
at the hands of Valstat, further demonstrating his disdain towards his former comrade. Rame will instantly ignite his sword if the Curse-bearer arrives wearing the armor of the Royal Aegis.
Whoa, really?
The path now cleared, the bearer of the curse descends a staircase leading to the Bride of Ash and claims their prize, the crown of the Old Iron King.
Huh.
This land is barren, cursed by the old chaos. It gave birth to atrocities, and the people fled in fear. Until our Lord, the Ivory King, came.
To fulfill their purpose, the Seeker of Crowns ventures into a large, snow-covered kingdom, a barren wasteland with its residents frozen to death, and those who remain bear little of their humanity left. The tragedy that befell this kingdom is one of nature's doing, a consequence
Isn't that what
of
you
the
got
chaos
earlier, Stick Boy?
flame ignited by the Witch of Izalith over a millennia ago. In attempting to recreate the first flame, a flame of chaos emerged and devoured the city of Izalith. The flame consumed the witch and molded her into the bed of chaos. And although the twisted being was later defeated by the chosen undead, the chaos flame did not dissipate. Sooner or later, the flame reappeared deep below Ilium Lois, forcing the Ivory King to form a rampart structure
Should
to
never
contain the
end.
ancient chaos, going as far as placing his throne upon the very mouth of the flame. As a first line of defense, the king built a great cathedral to appease the raging flame, but when he sensed the degradation of his soul, he left without a word, leaving everything to Alsana, who had unbeknownst found a place at his side. But these were events of long ago, and today, no one even remembers the king's name.
Damn.
My dear Lord, a most true king. It was with his magnificent soul that he built Ilium Lois and contained the spread of chaos. But the chaos would not be sated, and the king gave his own soul. Inevitably, the king was drained of
Oh,
vigor
Stick Boy, it
and
sounds
plunged into
awesome.
the chaos's heart. Ilium Lois was frozen in time. Its leader lost.
I'm very honored, thank you.
I remain here to contain the chaos, honoring my lord's wishes. Perhaps one day he will return.
Who was this king who put his people before himself, relinquishing his own kingdom to subdue the Chaos Flame? The Ivory King hails from the land of Ferosa, famously known for its god of war, Farum. Sad to say, the territory of Ferosa became lawless after the kingdom fell to war. Nonetheless, after being crowned, the Ivory King was the first to offer his hand in times of need, be it for his homeland of Ferosa or his people. The king was known to be ever so merciful.
Boy, you're actually gonna make me. I'm actually gonna cry. I'm actually tearing up right now. You're just being so sweet and so kind, and you've been a great chatter since you came here, like, almost a year ago now. Almost a year ago, right? Can you do exclamation point followage in the chat? I think it's almost been a year since we've been playing Ghost. And it's just been a joy to have you. Why is my mom texting me? Yeah, 8 months, 25 days, so almost 9 months. So yeah, I think November, yeah, was when we were playing playing Ghost. It's been a great 8 months with you. Thank you for being here. What does my mom want? Hey, let me know if you're streaming much longer, because if you are, we're not going out. I want to pick up some wine. I should want to go out later. It's only 4:20. Blaze it. Those 8 months were worth it. You're so cute. You're so cute,
to his great land, willing to do whatever necessary to protect his
Even
people.
through my transition
His
into being a
kindness was
VTuber,
not
you
to
stuck
be
around.
fooled for weakness, as when necessary,
It means
the
a
king
lot.
was firm in disciplining those who have wronged
This
him.
fucking shithole.
He was known for exiling people into the frigid outskirts, where the relentless blizzard does not tire, a fate worse than death. Those who were exiled either died from the harsh environment, or were granted a merciful death by the king's pets, Lud and Zalin. Entrusting the kingdom to Alsana, the Ivory King faced the flame head-on, plunging down to the depths of chaos. His knights patiently awaited his return, but a great deal of time passed, and their king was still nowhere in sight. The wait became too long to bear. Sir Fabian led the loyal knights of Ilium Lois to follow their king into chaos. The honorable
have you
soldiers
been
fought
to the snowy
valiantly
place?
to exterminate the
God,
creatures
just
that
getting
dwelled
back to the
below.
boss fight
But
is
unfortunately,
the worst.
as with the Ivory King, the majority of the selfless knights were never seen again. Burdened with the responsibility of leading Ilium Lois, Alsana prays in silent vigilance. The Child of Dark, in reverence of the apocalypse, devotes herself to a ritual in hopes of appeasing the raging flame.
Damn.
Alsana is another fragment of Manis,
Really?
the Augur of Fear. Similar to her sisters, she journeyed forth in search of a king. Alsana sought the Ivory King in the hopes that his strength would drown out her fears. But upon arriving in Ilium Lois, what she found was of much greater value. Alsana was welcomed with open arms, and the king's genuine affection and compassion provided comfort beyond imagination.
Aww.
Soon after, she found a place by the king's side,
I love the
devoting
snow.
herself
Not the
to
snow,
him
but snow.
as his oracle.
I
Before
like the
delving
snow from
into
the
flame,
inside.
the
I don't like
Ivory
being
King
out in the
tasked
snow.
Arva, one of his 7 pets, in
7?
guarding the beloved Child of Dark,
I only fought
and
3.
gifted Alsana a special sword, inscribed with the name of the land, a final farewell.
I am, in fact, the incarnation of my father's fears. I saw that the king of this land was strong. I sought him only to sustain myself, to smother my fears. Now, I realize that he may have known all along. I was born of fear, and my lord provided comfort. And so, here I remain, heiress to my lord's wishes, watching over chaos. Until the end of time.
In safeguarding Ilium Lois from the encroaching chaos, a great wall of ice was built surrounding the kingdom, suppressing the scorching hot flame deep underground. This came at a hefty cost, as when the ivory gates opened, the cold found its way in, rendering the land uninhabitable. Those who were fortunate escaped, others can still be seen buried beneath the snow. The lifeless city was watched over by priestesses who, similar to Alsana, had devoted themselves to appeasing the flame. Retainers were tasked with attending the priestesses, but with them gone, the retainers were void of purpose and wandered the frigid lands of Ilium Lois thereafter. The few knights of Lois who survived delving into the flame, although frozen over, remained faithful to the king's orders, awaiting the call of their master. With the Ivory King submerged in the chaos, who is to lead the advance on the swollen flame? Here arrives the bearer of the curse, unknowingly placing themselves in the heart of the conflict.
Oops.
At the request of the Oracle, who pleads for her lord's rescue from the unspeakable chaos, the bearer of the curse takes it upon themselves to recruit the Knights of Lois to fight by their side. Freed from the shackles of frozen time, they pledge their sword to their savior and march forth towards the Inferno. In lead of their garrison, the Curse-bearer, without hesitation, plunges into the unknown.
I hesitated.
The zealous Knights of Lois, in a heartbeat, follow their master's every step, vowing to strike down each malformed terror that arose from chaos, and they would not hesitate.
For Snowhalla!
King. From the old chaos emerged charred Knights of Lois, burned black by the flame. The same chivalrous knights who fought and fell alongside their once proud
fight was also fun.
now reside in the realm of fire. Having lost all sense of self, they roam aimlessly, in constant agony as they continue to burn by the eternal flame. Their rage lives on, driven only by the urge to eradicate those who disturb the flame, no matter who they may be, even their former comrades. As the battle unfolded, the bearer of the curse and their 4 Knights of Lois fought with true purpose, guiding the many woeful souls that lurked below to a place of peace. Admirable sacrifices were made to subdue the flame, as one by one, the knights began surrendering their bodies to the portals of chaos, freezing the pathways between realms. In the midst of the mayhem, one more portal appears, one larger than any previously encountered. From a cloud of fire and darkness emerges the burnt Ivory King. Stripped of his sanity, the king wreaks havoc on his own loyal knights. Those who've come to rescue their noble king would meet their end by his charred blade. With the bearer of the curse still standing, it is up to them to put an end to the burnt Ivory King, rescuing him from the depth of hell and putting his tormented soul at ease. A bittersweet victory at the cost of an honourable king.
Yeah.
The sacrifice of the Ivory King is to be spoken of for eternity, an example of true leadership, a virtuous take on what it means to burden oneself with a crown, a true king if there ever was one. As for the Curse-bearer, who seeks no glory or accolades, claims the crown of the Ivory King, concluding their journey through befallen kingdoms. With the flame submerged, Ilium Lois successfully snuffed the old chaos, and as a result, the demon race began to dwindle in numbers, slowly dying out without the replenishing of the chaos flame, gradually being guided to near extinction.
That's in Dark Souls 3.
Innumerable demon corpses are discovered many years later, piled up within the smouldering lake.
I guess that answers my question why there's so many demon corpses there.
Immolating himself to the chaos, enabling Ilium Lois to employ ice magic and freeze the eternal flame. Following the battle, the bearer of the curse bids farewell to Alsana, who without the comfort of her lord, the Child of Dark, may revert back to her state of incessant fear. If anything is to be noted from her journey, it is that fate can be disrupted. Unlike her sisters, who played into their predestined fate of spreading dark and banishing the light, Alsana subverted the expectations that had latched onto her from birth and simply sought a life of comfort and compassion.
Aww.
Could it be that even a child of dark can seek solace?
Of course.
I am not the only one. Even dark seeks solace, and more so.
A poison build? Uh-oh.
Magnificent souls, like your own. One day, you may encounter another being born of dark.
A lie will remain a lie. Hey, yo.
Having united the three crowns, the bearer of the curse travels into the memory of the king, a point in time during King Vendrick's self-imposed exile. In bestowing the crowns to the king, the offering is reciprocated in the form of Vendrick's blessing, an enchantment infused into the crowns, enabling the beholder to resist becoming cursed, and better yet, resist becoming a hollow. What are the implications of a gift of this magnitude? It is made apparent that foregoing Vendrick's tragic end, he sought the crowns of the fallen kings, in hopes of resolving the blasphemous hex that is the undead curse. In light of the crowns being acquired by the curse bearer, King Vendrick, even in death, is granted a second chance in fulfilling his goal. But does Vendrick's blessing truly break the curse? Or is it more in line for being a temporary solution, keeping the curse at bay whilst other avenues are explored? Anyhow, having become a vessel to complete Vendrick's imperfect journey, the bearer of the curse takes their leave and heads towards their end goal, the Throne of Want. As mentioned previously, when King Vendrick and his brother Aldir used the four great souls to form the kingdom of Drangleic, a secret room was created housing the Throne of Want, akin to the kiln of the First Flame, a means of sustaining the Age of Fire. Whilst Vendrick was hesitant to claim the throne, Nashandra had an assured desire to bring forth the Age of Dark, the Throne of Want being the sole motivator for her arrival in Drangleic. Remaining faithful to the king's request, the Throne Watcher and Defender stand as guardians of the sacred throne, shielding the world from Nashandra's evil. Unaware of the king's approval, the guardians do not grant access to the Throne of Want, forcing the bearer of the curse to dispose of them, even if reluctantly.
Aww.
In doing so, the one obstacle obstructing Nashandra's path to the throne is removed, inciting the Queen of Drangleic to reveal herself, not as the facade of beauty she is known to convey, but in her truest form, the authentic depiction of darkness. Nashandra, ever so close to fulfilling her destiny, stands ready to usurp the bearer of the curse's quest and claim the throne for herself. In stating, "You have proven yourself to me," Nashandra confesses that since the very first encounter with the curse bearer, she has been exploiting their ignorance, directing them to amass the king's great soul, elevating their being to match that of Vendrick's. Finally, a soul powerful enough to satiate Nashandra's lust for strength.
Damn!
Anything less would be inadequate for this prisoner of desire. The Queen's own strategy became her undoing, as the seeker of adversity, through all the turmoil they had faced, and kings conquered, grew in power far beyond what she had envisioned.
Yeah.
Ironic that a fragment of the dark manipulated humanity into aiding her claim to the throne, only to underestimate their strength once she no longer needed them. Mindful of this knowledge, it is no revelation that the bearer of the curse defeats Nashandra with little effort. In an instant, the fragments of the abyss, who nourished their beings by the side of would-be monarchs, ceased to exist, their destiny stripped away, their fates contorted, Why does this triumph taste of bitterness? Was eradicating the children of the Abyss in service to the world, or was it favourable to those who seek the prolonging of the flame's cycle? When the Father of the Abyss perished from existence, the dark shattered into tiny pieces, leaving behind the shards of Manus, who came to be Nashandra, Queen of Drangleic, Elana, the Squalid Queen, Nadalia, the Bride of Ash, and finally, Alsana, the Silent Oracle. These beings were destined to seek power, their very existence formed to facilitate the spreading of the dark and extinguishing the light. They are often described as foul creatures, but is their existence truly of menace to the world? One day, the flames will fade, ushering in the age of man and restoring nature's organic flow of time. When the Lord of Light banished dark, the flux of life was shattered, and the repercussions trickled down to humanity. Initially, they were cast away to be secluded from civilization, followed by being branded with the dark sign, binding humanity to the undead curse in perpetuum, a fate unjust for a race seized of their inherent claim to the world. When the Age of Ancients reached the end of its cycle, the Age of Fire was welcomed. When it came time for further evolution, the Age of Dark was denied its stay. History's cyclical nature remains unchanged, as once again, the Children of Dark, who've arrived to guide the world back on its course, are renounced of their rightful declaration to a new age. As the divide between people continues to create a rift in the world's structure, order is quietly submerged in chaos, and the distinction between light and dark becomes distorted. Generations pass in an instant, kingdoms rise to the highest of calibers, and in time collapse all the same. It is for this reason that Vendrick never claimed the throne for himself. Of course, one mustn't rule out the possibility that Vendrick simply lacked the courage to face the fate of the world, as his very soul suggests that when he was beckoned by the dark, Vendrick was overwhelmed. This king, who once ruled the world of men,
seems like
was
a nice
lacking
guy,
vessel for the
unlike
true
Gwyn.
throne. This paints Vendrick as a feeble monarch, unable to act when called upon. But the truth is in the detail, as Vendrick's inaction may be the greatest protest to the fabric of cycles. In his early days, King Vendrick too sought fire, believing that with it he could harness the undead curse, oblivious to the fact that the inception of the curse derived from the very flame he pursued. In realizing his error, Vendrick had an epiphany, deeming the light and the dark to be one and the same, each incapable of existing without the other. With fire came disparity, heat and cold, life and death, light and dark. A shadow is not cast, but born of fire, and the brighter the flame, the deeper the shadow. In inheriting fire, one could harness the dark. Devoted to this idea, Vendrick chose to embrace the light and dark equally, but he lacked the wisdom to see this concept come to fruition. The king's fight for truth was cut short, and although unable to satisfy his hunger for answers, Vendrick died with the clarity of knowing that an answer lies beyond dividing light and dark, but in marrying the benefits of both. The king's brother Aldir was of a similar mind, trusting that success comes in the form of averting the cycle of ages and breaking the predestined chain of light and dark. However, his philosophy differed greatly from Vendrick's. They both sought the truth, but through different means. Aldir, the scholar of the first sin, studied
like
the actions of Lord Gwyn tirelessly, attempting to uncover the secrets of life itself. He believed the undead to be the key to this mystery. If he could untie the facet of hollowing from the tether of the undead curse, then it would be no curse at all, to live on past death, without the prerequisite of becoming hollow, a blessing if anything. This single breakthrough would ascend humanity beyond its mortal coil, while liberating it from the plague it had long carried. Through his diabolical experiments, Aldir proved that the dark could be used to transcend life's physical boundaries, manifested in the creation of the Forlorn. In an attempt to escape the cycle, Aldir likely sought to transcend his physical being, and command the first flame, becoming akin to a god,
Naughty.
the controlling hand that unites the universe. If this theory proves true, Aldia would wield the means to manipulate the curse's spread through the dark sign, and achieve the goal he had set out to conquer. When the bearer of the curse's path converges with Aldia's, the scholar acknowledges that he had ultimately failed, the consequences of his ambitious endeavour written all over his being, now a deformed creature, a slave to the first flame. The one who challenged the karma, now shackled to the very thing he fought to control. Proof that the first flame answers to no human or deity. Aldia sacrificed all that held meaning to him for the sake of freeing humanity from the fate of the curse, casting a wrench into the twilight machine comprising reality.
Well, that didn't work out
His
for you, did
morally
you?
inept experiments
Did
would
it?
have been justified if only he had succeeded,
Yeah.
but his efforts amount to nothing. Having made peace with his shortcomings, Aldia looks to the bearer of the curse for answers, and is met with silence. The lack of response speaks 1,000 words for itself, as the young Hollow intends to pave their own path, no longer looking to others for solutions.
Poor
As
tree
a final test of
guy.
strength, Aldia stands to face the young Hollow, a final hurdle for them to prove their worth.
Yeah, I never fought this guy.
Following his defeat, Aldia imparts his wisdom
Wait, maybe
onto
I
the
did.
bearer of the curse, and several choices present themselves. In proceeding to the throne of want, the bearer of the curse would accept their role in the cycle, linking the first flame as the Lord of Light once did, prolonging the Age of Fire. In rejecting their duty,
Those
they choose to
branches-
play
branch
no
attacks
part
look
in
familiar.
further warping the natural state of the world, walking away from the deceptive pilgrimage created by the gods to sustain their powers on the back of human sacrifice. To not preserve the light or advocate for the dark is to pursue an alternative, as King Vendrick and Aldia once did. Their results leave little hope for requirement, as one hollowed in a crypt and another lived on as a deformed entity, bound to the flame for now and ever. In retaliating against fate, fate has proven to win on every occasion. In such a case, why fight a losing battle when it's much less a burden to fall in line and fuel the perpetual cycle like many who've come before? Whilst aware of their faint chance of breaking the loop, the bearer of the curse, in a true show of character, ventures into the unfamiliar in search of a permanent solution to end the curse.
It went dark.
In favouring one age over another, the world neglected the possibility of something else entirely. The juxtaposition of light versus dark draws a linear boundary to a vertical of infinite possibilities. In truth, regardless of the age that prevails, the victor will always be the cycle itself, observing as the world quarrels over what comes next. Like marionettes controlled by the strings of time, the bearer of the curse ignites hope for freedom, a beacon of promise for humanity, who have lived in a plane of suffering since their inception. In acquiring Vendrick's blessing, a new course can be charted, without the hindrance of the curse. Make no mistake, Vendrick's blessing was intended for humanity, and humanity alone, as only in human form could someone access the vault to his crown. Vendrick, through all his flaws, placed his faith in humanity. In light of their inherent limitations, he did not look to the gods for answers, but believed in men to seek adversity and bring peace to the world. Beyond the scope of light and reach of dark is the balance between order and chaos, the answer to the tragedy of human existence, if only one is brave enough to walk the path of the unknown.
Sometimes I feel obsessed with this insignificant thing called self. Am I wrong to feel so? Maybe we're all cursed from the moment we're born.
Humans were one with the dark. The former king of light, he feared humans. Feared that they would usher in an age of dark.
Yeah, Gwen.
Regret, anguish, bewilderment. What wonderful gifts they are. They are the essence of life. Don't you agree? They say that she is the last firekeeper, that she's a gentle shepherd, lighting the way for you cursed fools. Nonsense.
Bearer of the curse, if you are to be the next monarch, then one day you will walk those grounds without really knowing why.
Many monarchs have come and gone. Not one of them stood here as you do.
Fire came to be, and with it, disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, light and dark. Dark was seen as a curse. Shadow is not cast, but born of fire. And the brighter the flame, the deeper the shadow. Inherit fire and harness the dark. Such is the calling of a true leader.
Damn, so good.
Here we are, at the end of another Dark Souls video.
Thank you. Don't talk though, it ruins it. It ruins it for me, it ruins it. We did it! My imagine, it's ruined, dude, it's ruined. Next verse, stay quiet. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me, thank you. Oh, yeah, that was like 2.5 hour video. Thank you for sticking with me on that. That was great. I learned a lot. Like I said, I played Dark Souls 2 first, so I didn't know anything about the lore, and I really didn't pay attention to anything. So I learned a lot there. And it is pretty well connected to Dark Souls 1, which is really cool. I like that it's still connected to the first game. Am I up for some playing? I feel like I retained nothing. Oh my god, Spence! The fragments of Manus, the Father of the Abyss, Nassandra, the other Squid Queen, the Silent Lady, and the one of Ash. You know, those four women? They all seek the darkness. Yeah, it's all coming back. You're working. That's okay. Thank you for being here. Easy peasy. Easy to remember all that. 2.5 hours of lore. Easy. Easy. I do not know those women, but I would like to. Whoa! Yeah, you should have been taking notes on the lore, Spence. What were you doing? Oh my god. Well, I'm excited to finish Dark Souls 3 and watch the Dark Souls 3 lore one, which I believe is even longer. Let me see. Oh, they have Bloodborne story explained too? And Sekiro? Yo! Dark Souls... Oh my god, you guys are gonna hate me. I don't know if I should even tell you how long the Dark Souls 3 one is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Does the lore pay the bills though? It does if you squint hard enough. It's 4 hours and 15 minutes. It's a whole stream! It's a whole Sky stream! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, they're showing like OG art. They're like going into it. Oh, fuck. love you, bestie, but I won't stay here for that shit. I totally understand. But the Bloodborne one's only an hour. The Sekiro one is as long as the one we just watched. A little bit shorter. Elden Ring, only an hour. Okay. 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 Fine, I'll just watch it by myself. I'm just kidding. Bloodborne is actually semi-explained within the game and DLC, unlike Dark Souls, which is hard to follow just from playing the games. Yeah, definitely. I have picked up more in Bloodborne for sure than I have in Dark Souls. You really have to like go out of your way to like pay attention to stuff in Dark Souls. Bloodborne just kind of hands it to you more so than than Dark Souls does. And Sekiro 2 is pretty straightforward. I'd still like to watch those though and support these guys. They make good videos. Good videos. We'll make a movie night out of it. How about that? How about that? Oh. That's why I enjoy Bloodborne. You don't have to rack your brain over the lore. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You don't really have to go digging for it. Going into every nook and cranny and reading item descriptions. And yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I feel like there's a lot to Elden Ring that I don't know, but it's like not that important. It's all like side stuff. Like I got the gist of what Elden Ring was about. But I do like to know the nitty-gritty stuff, you know? Yeah, I love Bloodborne. What would you guys want to watch me play during the subathon? I could do more on my birthday Bloodborne file. What's the point of having all this fucking lore if you're too lazy to go find it yourself? Literally, that's what these videos are for. Bloodborne? I'm gonna need to farm from some blood vials or something before we play again, because I am low. I am low. Yeah, we can do that. Ugh, I feel like shit. I feel like poo-poo. So let's play for a bit. Let's see if my magic of playing better when I don't feel good will thrive today. Maybe we can get through the archives. I'm gonna do a quick be right back. I'm gonna run to the washroom. I get more water. And then we'll play. I love that. I love you. Mwah. Check your spicy, check your beanie. I'll be right back.
I called you tonight. I've been thinking this for too long. Send a message, you don't reply. I'll keep looking for you, even if if I'm still in your heart.
Do you wanna go and run with me? We'll make it our own, we'll live our fantasy. I'm waiting for you to set me free. So run, 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 run away with me. Tell me where you wanna go. I'll be there for you, baby. I promise I'll be ready. I'll tell you where I wanna go. So run, 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 run away with me.
Hello, I am back. I'm going to change the category. Go. What have we got? Spence's 53% spicy and 70% good bean. Let's go. Spence, why are you working on a Saturday? I do not approve. The Urban Goddess does not approve. So for 95% spicy, you're getting so close to your 100, but not close enough. He's going to make coffee. Epic. Let's play. Boop. Trico! keep my cozy little blanket on. It was updated while in rest mode. Good for you. Oh, heading out to hopefully get my laptop fixed? Nice. I hope it all goes well for you, Spence. Good luck, thank you. What the fucking Christmas song was playing? I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Okay, we're in the archives. No, we're not. We did a level up. Archives. And we got a shortcut. Not the shortcut right to the right, but a shortcut. Hmm. There was an item I missed, though, that I want to go get. Hopefully that witch is gone now. Oh, the whip! I need stamina. Got him. The backstab. Nice. Okay, what is this? A chong! How are we feeling about the scythe? I'm still enjoying the scythe. But if anybody ever wants me to try something else, I have many shards and chunks to level something up, so. Dunk head in wax. Okay. Protects me from the grabby hands. Oh. You hit that fucking thing or else! Oh my god, did I get it? Jesus Christ. How many times did I have to fucking swing? Like 6? Hi, Via, welcome in. How are you this fine Saturday? Okay, we haven't been through that doorway. Oh wait, what is that? Oh, another shortcut. Okay. Another chonk. More wax. Okay. So that was the bookcase there. Okay, I see. I don't know how that would help me now, but can't stay long, but I hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. I don't feel great today. So we actually just started playing. We watched the Dark Souls 2 lore, which was 2.5 hours long. And I wasn't sure if I was gonna play today, but I'm feeling okay. Thank you for the head pat. I don't know, I think it's just like, I don't know. Hey yo, how do I get up there? Stone weapon, I don't need those. A ladder? Where does this go? I don't even know. My souls are somewhere or what? Oh, this is where the... Ah, it's an easier way. Let's see. Oh, I'm out of wax. You doing good? Happy to hear that. Feel better, please. Thank you, I will. Rest lots. Yeah, I'm having some protein right now. Hopefully it'll help. Give me some energies. And I'm gonna rest, don't you worry. Okay, you can calm down. Okay, there was a dude here. Okay. And... oh yeah, I jumped down there to go get the witch. So I haven't been over here. Trimming stone. Okay. Thank you. Hey yo, it's that creature again. Gotcha! See ya, bitch. Jumping? I don't think so. I don't think so. 65 spice? Let's go. Only 26 good bean? Are you being a bad bean? Oh, what's this? Hey, yo! A scholar ring. Increases intelligence. Ooh. Now I can redunk. And we got a little shortcut. Nice. Okay. I feel like I didn't see everything up here. Whoa. What is... oh, boy. Okay. Okay, let's get him. That didn't work out. Whoa, hello? Okay. Not the bad bean arc, no! Yeah, you are a good bean, no matter what Nightbot says. I don't believe it. Well, shit. We have a shortcut now, though. Well, we have multiple shortcuts. I think the fastest is this way. Thank you for the lurk. I love you so much. Have fun winning. I'm gonna do my best. This is not where I was. Ow. Oh, this is where I was. Okay. Come here. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, don't bother me. Don't bother me, I said. Going back up. I'm going here. Will you notice me if I go slow? Oh, the delay got me. It got me. You got me, okay? Oh! Oh my god. Yay! I got him! Ooh, we got the outfit. Let's go. I wonder if I can wear that. Is that any good? Outrider. It's shit! Guess I'm not really supposed to. Destroy. Nothing else in here? Whoa, we're up high. Soul Stream. Okay. We got a spell. Sit back down. It got me a lot of souls. Kind of want to go level up, but... Stop it. Oh wait, this is the elevator, right? Oh, there's a way. Okay. Hello? Hello. Oh, I can't double dunk. Relax. Woo! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna. Stop. Alright. We're good. We're not good. There's an item there. Crystal gem, worth it. Okay. You don't like being cursed. I don't have a curse ring? Fuck. Oh yeah, I was supposed to go look for that fire ring, but I didn't. Yeah. Flesh bite ring. Maybe that's what I need. Hey yo. I'm encumbered. Don't curse me! Holy shit. Go that way. There's an item up there. Down. Such a little baby ladder. Okay. Oh god, there's so many of them. Done. Oops. A chonk. There was an item on another roof somewhere, but I don't really know where it is in terms of where I am right now. Oh, hello. Maybe this was the thing I saw. Go! Get out of my way! Woo! Oh, did he fall? Hello? Oh, he's there. god, you're kidding. I can't believe I fucked that up so badly. No, it's falling! Damn it. Does that count? I got it! Nice. This is so fucking aggressive. Die. Okay. Nice. Okay, now I have a lot of souls. A lot. Anything else up here that I should... Oh, what is this? Duo ahead, but more treasure. Well, I like treasure. Trunk. Holy shit, bro. Oh, you know what? It was talking about the little gremlins. Oh, block the wing. Okay, alright. Oh, good lord. Yeah, well, one just fell. Got him. Okay. Where did... Oh, I'm not going down there to fight you. I'm gonna fucking die. You can stay there, mister. Ooh, a broken window? Say less. Be very pointless. That's not pointless, idiot. An undead bone shard? Come on, bro. And a shortcut? Jeez, I feel like I should put a be wary of fucking liar. I'm skilled. Should have dumped my head in the wax. I don't know why I didn't. Oh boy. Okay. I feel like I need to... figure out the quickest way back here because I'm a little unclear. Oh, the elevator's right there. Okay, I'm gonna go spend my souls. So I don't die. And lose them all. Thank you. Stay away from me! Nice. Excuse me. First, the undead bone shard. Awesome. And yeah, you gotta go in there. Okay. Pancho, hi! Thank you for the lurky.
Welcome home, speak very well, then take nourish.
Ba, 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 ba. I'm gonna go for a solid 50 in dex and then focus on vigor and
Farewell, Ashen.
stamina.
How many?
I still have a freaking wax on my head.
Ashen 1. Well, very well, then take.
More than enough. Okay, 50. Nice. No more dex. Hoarding these channel points, let's go. Get those channel points. Are you saving up for something? Still have a frickin' slab. I want to try... Those look pretty cool. I want to try the dancer's swords. Do I have anything that has B scaling and dex? It has A scaling, but... This one. Shkimatar. You are? Hope you get there quick. This one. Interesting. Oh, that's faith. For some reason, I thought that was luck. Interesting.
Pretty, be careful.
Thanks, Andre. Use strong attack to continue the performance until the stamina is exhausted. Huh. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but it's fine. Okay, let's go check on Milady over here.
Please, a little.
You doing okay, Bessie?
You know, in my eye would it out.
Alright.
Oh, please, I am frightened.
Not sure what to do with her. He doesn't want these two. Using Pyromancy right now. Pyromancer stuff. Okay.
Do not be gone for long.
And how are you doing, bestie?
Oh.
Some twinkling titanite, titanite skill. I have so many of these. I have fucking 20 of these. That's so many. Titanite skills, that's so many.
Goodbye.
Bye. Okay, let's go back. Travel? Radar cruise. Okay. We're back. Bye. Now we can go here. And then up the ladder. This looks not good. Alright, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Sheesh! I'm goopy! Okay. Oh boy. What's going on here, huh? A praying statue. Covered in wax. Okay. Oh, hello. Oh, okay, alright, okay. Yep. I'll come back to that. I'll go back to that. A little scared at the moment. Hey, yo, the other shortcut. Let's go. Okay. I'll go fight him now. You will also come back to that ASAP. Proud of you too. See, from here I could get a backstab. I'm not being a bitch. I'm being strategic. Jesus Christ. Woo. Double sip. Hey, yo. Ooh. Hey, yo. How, Oh! The parry! I'm goddamn sick of you. Ow. Oh! She didn't get it though. She didn't get it. Got her! Ha! Okay. Ooh, too early. I just don't want this to disappear. Woo! How do they all heal? It's fucking annoying. Ooh! Oh, you're out, bitch! You're out! What are you gonna do now? You're gonna die. That's what you're gonna do. Woo! No! No! You got me with the parry! That's what Napoleon Bonaparte said back in the day. He really said, I'm not being a bitch, I'm being strategic. It's true. It's a whole freaking crew. Hopefully those two stay dead. It'd be unfortunate if they didn't. Oh, they do. And I get my item. That's good. Hey, yo! I didn't see what I got. Probably his swords. Oh, I thought he was gonna go for a heal. Another parry? Fucking shit. Got him. Let's go. The crew has been dispatched. The Golden Wing crushed shield. Whew. Spell parry? That's pretty cool. That's pretty fucking cool. I got parried and lived. It's true. It just happens. Okay. Bunch of bitches. And what's up here? Scary. Hey, that looks just like the dark sign. Is it not? Fatty ahead. That is so mean. Up here? Try friendship? Try pyromancy? Uh-oh. Sounds like a boss. Right here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Whoa, I can backstab them? Alright. Whoa, spinny boy. Oh, too early. Hey, yo! How in the hell did that hit me? I call bullshit? Oh, utter bullshit on that one. Oh my god. Rude. Ridiculous. No, this way, this way. This way. Oh, now I see them up there? Where did I die, though, is the question. Right here. Hey, yo! The fact that he can even hit me. So rude. Really? Uh-oh, he figured it out. No! you kidding? Frickin' hell. God damn it. God damn. It's fine. Lord knows what's that way. So it's here? Yeah. Okay, how about I say fuck those guys? For a gorgeous view. Unearth the shore. Let's fucking go. Estus Flask is freaking OP, dude. What if I just go up here? Oh. Bonfire head. You're lying to me. Hunter's ring. Like a dream. It's beautiful. Is there actually a bonfire here? Do I have to equip the hunter's ring or something? Oh, it is. It is Bloodborne. Amazing. Knee hat, thank you. I really like it too. So the point of all this was the ring? It's fine, but making it seem like there's a bonfire in this little area. Oh. And if it's here, I want it. I guess it's just a liar. Oh yeah! I'm leaving. You don't need to pursue me. No need to pursue. What's going on up here? I have a feeling those things are gonna freaking start attacking me any second. Hello? I can see some people there. I see you. much health they have. And how much health they fucking take! Jesus! Where's Big Boy? Okay, 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 okay. We don't have to fight. We don't have to fight. We don't have to fight. Ah! In the back. Nice. Jesus. Okay. Hey, yo! I did not say you could do that, sir. Oh. Okay. What? Okay. Are y'all fucking done? Are you done? You guarding. Another night. Come on over. Oh my god, there's 3 fucking nights. How am I gonna deal with this, dude? Oh no. I'm gonna deal with it by not dealing with it. Bye! Oh my god, please open. I'm gonna be really upset if you don't open. Okay. Woo. Oh, that's a boss. Surely. Range battle ahead? Oh, fuck me. Visions of lightning? What the? All the way up the staircase? I have to do every time? Oh, maybe not. Okay. The program is that the way to conquer is to simply avoid. I don't need to be fucking fighting those guys. I'm in the castle? That's weird. Oh, I'm here. The other boss was here. Okay, interesting. On in a little circle. I'm gonna go level up. I believe that I can. Yes.
Well, speak. Very well. Then take none. Let these
Yeah.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Thank you. Is there anything I should buy? Should have one of those, honestly. 3 of those, 1 of those. Go with that.
Ashen One.
Let's go see what this boss is. I'm scared though. I'm very scared. This way. Get him! You can do it! Hey, yo, there's an item up there! I'm gonna go get it real quick. I was gonna say, how did I miss this? But it's hiding. I'll be fine. Yikes. I think there's some stuff in the archive that I missed, but I don't really care right now. Do not pursue me. Okay, who's here? Ah.
Oh dear. Another dogged contender. Welcome, unkindled one, purloiner of cinders. Mind you, the mantle of Lord interests me none. The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords, let it all fade into nothing. You've done quite enough. Now have your rest.
Oh. Lorian. Okay. Ouchie, ouchie. I'm at it. I'm at it. I'm at it. I'm at it. Scary! Jesus! Why did I go for 2? Hey yo! Woo! I thought the pillar would save me, but it didn't! It did not save me. It went right through the pillar. Okay, I would like my fire shield back. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Jeez. Okay, that doesn't seem too bad though. I just gotta learn the patterns. Time for resignation. Never. Never. Never give up. Never surrender. Yo, the teleport right off the bat. Damn it, that hurts, bro. God damn it. Okay. You know what? Not today. What? Not today. Not today. I'm gonna go see if there's anything else in the archive that I missed. You back with coffee? Welcome back. I just found a boss, but it's not in my system to get that done today, so we're moving on. Let me see if I missed anything here. I mean, I definitely did. There's items around that. There's an item there. Damn it. Do you mind? Oh, there it is. Look at that. Jeebus. Scale. Ow. No, I missed! I can't believe this! I should have ran and jumped. I thought I would make it, but I didn't. Tragic. Get out of my freaking way, bro. Whew. know the libraries always have to be so freaking confusing, dude. Did I get it? No, I didn't. Stay away from me. Chest. Our first slab! Let's go. You deserve that kick. I thought that was a shortcut. I didn't know it was to a chest. Oh my god, I'm so happy I came back here. Oh. Gonna upgrade our scythe. Oh, come on. You're not gonna let me... Where did I jump down from before? Here. Ooh! Stop it. I'm trying to calculate my jump here. Yes! I made it! What is this? An javelin. It's like a fancy crossbow. Oops. Nice. Let's go here. Okay, we found some stuff. That's good. There's another item there that I didn't get. Well, on the rooftop? Dang it. Scared. Okay, I'm here. Got him. I think that's definitely death. There's an item there too. The fork. Where do I get that? don't remember how I got to the roof. Evelyn a giggle? What do you mean, Poncho? Is it here? No, it's not. It's here. Oh, there's something there too. Tempted. I didn't make it. How do I get there? Ah. Nope. It's right there. Oh, I can get to it from there. Hold on. No, I didn't mean to fall there. It's... No. Ow. Right here. Yeah. Oh, scale up. Woski, you're playing my favorite game? Dude, don't lie to me. Have we got this guy? Wait, this item was here. This guy, like, really not. I don't believe you. Okay, I still don't know how to get that one. I need to figure out how to get to the roof. I don't remember how I did that. Hey, yo? Okay, we're back here. Might have been up here? Yeah. This way. Yeah. Ow. It's fucking rude. Jesus. Oh, I have to jump down. I have to go the other way. Can brain come on me? Fuck. Disgusting. Okay, this way. I have to get like all the way around. Oh, maybe it's down here? I never went here. Hello? You know what? I don't even want to fuck with you right now. There it is! We found it. But I'm not gonna be able to make it. So... oh, I probably have to drop from up there. Frickin' hell! Get away from me! Jesus! I think I saw chest. Oh. Incredibly annoying. Just the worst. I wonder if they don't like fire. This was the wrong elevator to take. Yeah, we're in a treasure hunt! Trying to find my way to an item that's on the roof. Okay, let's see if I have to go... no? Well, see ya. Ah, it's here. What about my spook? Oh my god, I can't believe that fucking worked. It was just more Titanite scales! I'm pissed, dude. I'm actually mad. Match. Grr. Oh. Where am I going? Here. Okay, we're back. Did I ever go this way? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, now we go deal with those birds. Hey, Stick Boy. I'm still streaming. Give me those. What's this? Hello, Jam. Ah, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, and here's this item. Amazing. A chalky boy. Okay, I think we're gonna wrap up. I'm glad you took a break, big boy. That hurts. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, we gotta go get our souls back. And then wrap it up. Though I don't know exactly where that is, what level that's on, but we'll figure it out. It's right here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, fuck you. Try. I need 447. I could do that. Nope.
Ashen 1. Well, very well. Then take no.
And we're gonna go pop. 30 bigger. Nice. And then we can upgrade our scythe. I might need more souls, but let's see.
What?
I need 1640. Hold on.
Baby.
Be right back.
Ashen 1.
What?
Finally! Plus 10! And we got a trophy! Let's go! Let's go! Yay! Yay! Almost 50. At least more than half. $45%. I feel like I'm not even. That's too high. We got another Astra's Flask. Damn, we're fucking killing it. We're killing it, bros. 14 plus 9. Yo. We're doing so good, guys. And then on Wednesday we will fight, what was his name? Eldritch? The eldest prince? Something like that. Something of the sort. I simply don't have the energy today. Okay. Yeah, I found him. He was a naughty boy. I'm curious, learn all gestures. What an annoying fucking. What an annoying trophy. Fucking gestures. No, there isn't one for fighting. Vendrick's brother, I don't remember his name, but. So much plats, I got 24. Almost 1,000 bronze trophies, that's pretty cool. Bait of my fucking existence. 0.1%. All I need is the stupid fucking story missions one. But it's too hard. It's too hard. And all these I did 100%, but there's no platinum trophy. This game has some ridiculous fucking trophies. Rise of the Tomb Raider? I was like, yeah, fuck that. I'm playing the game and then I'm out of here. No, thank you. I hated ukulele, it was not fun. What am I missing here? Oh, New Game Plus. I see. Ghost, Ragnarok, Sekiro, Forbidden West. You're next. You're next. Dark Souls 3. I definitely don't have more. I quite literally have 18. That's a lot still. That's a lot, Stick Boy. What do you mean no ghost plat? I have the platinum. I just don't have all the trophies. I freaking love Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares is one of my favorite games of all time. Little Nightmares 2 was also really good. So good. So good. Now you gotta get 100% of all of those? No, I don't. What am I missing? Oh yeah, more DLC stuff. Like, if I get bored of the game and I've already got the platinum, I don't feel encouraged to do the other trophies. And I'm not bored of Ghost, but I just moved on to other games. I would like to do more exploring in the DLC and stuff, though. Little Nightmares is amazing. Fucking love that game. Some hidden. We just got this one. Reinforce any weapon to the highest level. Let's fucking go. Perform all forms of infusion. Oh, that's so annoying. All sorceries, pyromancies, miracles, all rings. Oh, gestures again. Perfect. reinforce a bonfire to the highest level? I can reinforce bonfires? I didn't know this was Dark Souls 2. Look at all the bosses we beat. Wow. 2 more. Whoa, would you look at that? The funny combat, yep. It's pretty fun. Okay. How do I do this? Turn it off. I'm done. I'm going back to bed. Boop. Spotify's not open, so it's gonna be quiet for a second. Excuse me, I'm sorry for coughing. I hope I feel better soon. I don't think I want to play Valorant anymore, then don't, Stick Boy. Don't do it. How could you cough so much? I'm trying not to. Hopefully I can rest tomorrow and feel better. Someone thought I was a girl because I sound like one. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'm drinking lots of awa. I'm drinking lots. Okay. But it's okay. It's okay. I don't think we're gonna raid because I don't feel good. And Heather's not on. She's the only one I feel comfortable raiding right now. With my 0 energy. But thank you for joining me today. Thank you for watching the Dark Souls 2 movie with me. And supporting me through my adventures. She's having meltdowns all the time. Rip Stick Boy. Embrace your inner calm. Namaste. Ugh, stretching. So next week, I think, regular schedule. Yeah. Monday Rain Code, Wednesday Dark Souls, Friday Rain Code, and Saturday Dark Souls. Just the usual. I'm sorry, it's my life. Hey, we're not judging you for it, we're just stating the fact. Rain Code! So we'll progress more of chapter 4 Monday. And if I'm feeling better, I'll try to stream some Lake in the Discord tomorrow. How does that sound? Only if I'm feeling better though. Okay. I love you all. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'll see you soon. Take care, stay safe. Be kind to yourself and everyone that you meet. You never know what someone's gone through. And I love you all. Try to make sure you get lots of rest, Ski. I will. Yarr. Oh, Stick Boy, you're fine. You just be who you are. Okay? You be who you are. I love you the way you are. Everyone, please take care of yourselves. Eat some good food this weekend. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And see you Monday after work. I love you. Bye.